Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We are here for the City Council meeting for Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. And we are going to begin with a moment of silence, please. Thank you all. I'm going to ask the city clerk to establish a quorum.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Councilmember Barton has not joined us yet. Councilmember Edwards?
Here.
Councilmember Landrum?
Here.
Councilmember Ford?
Here.
And Mayor Wixom.
Here. And with that, I would ask Councilmember Landrum to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, everyone. I will ask Mr. Newmeyer, closed session report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. No closed session items to report tonight.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will go to council member comments, reports, and announcements. And I will go to my left first and start down there with Council Member Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few tonight. I want to start with a huge thank you to our Morro Bay Chamber, who hosted and planned an amazing awards gala on Friday. It was the entire event just had an ambiance of joy, and it just had a really great positive vibe. And it was wonderful to hear about our amazing honorees and to just be in a room filled with many business owners and community leaders and everything else in between. But I just want to give a shout out to the chamber team, all of you, all three, I think it's only three of you, right? Yeah. Your whole three team for the amazing work that you did, and just thank you for that. And it was a great way to start the weekend. And but I want to mention a couple of meetings that I attended since our last council meeting. One of them is the Public Works Advisory Board. I attended that meeting, and there was some really healthy discussion during that meeting. There always is, I have to say. If you have never been to one of our advisory board meetings, there's always really great discussion, and our community members really, truly bring so much to our boards, and the input that they provide is so valuable. And as liaisons, I think it's such a great opportunity to really hear the deep dive into these topics before they ever come to us, if they do come to us. But I just, hearing a conversation regarding the capital projects that are in process and in the future, as well as a really robust discussion on one of the items that we have this evening regarding the consolidated permit application for the Coastal Commission and regarding the Morro Bay to Cayucos Connector Trail project. That was a pretty long, lengthy discussion that evening, and I appreciated all of the folks that came out that evening to provide their input regarding that. It's really helpful moving forward into tonight's discussion to hear all of the various opinions that were brought forward. And lastly, I attended the EBAC meeting, and of course, there's always amazing discussions there. The guest speaker that evening was Mayor Pro Tem Susan Funk from Atascadero, who provided an in-depth conversation regarding our unhoused, our strategic plan, amongst other issues regarding our region and our housing, and she's just such a great asset and reference here in our county. And so just so much great work is being done in all the organizations that participate in that community group. And if you're at all ever interested in tuning in, that's also a public meeting. Just let me know, because there's a lot happening in our little bay here. And that's really all I have this evening to discuss. Thank you.
So I just have a couple things tonight. I had the pleasure of attending the bocce ball ceremony last week. It was really fun to see people actually out on the court, including the mayor throwing the first ball. I let her do that. Anyway, it's not something I think I could have done well, but anyway, she did a great job and had the ribbon cutting out there. And it was just really fun to learn a little bit more how that came about and all the people that are going to be playing out there, the groups, and so that was enjoyable. One thing that I was very excited about, with the passing of Councilmember Red Davis, he at one point was a liaison of his own volition to the senior center. And I recently spoke with them, reached out to them, and I am going to be acting as a participant, or actually a liaison to that board coming up here, so that we continue the conversation and connection with that wonderful senior center that we have that honestly is one of the best in the county and consistently has great programming, among other things. So I'm very proud that I'll be able to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Landrum?
I don't have any
Thank you.
right now, thanks.
I wanted to pick up on something that I attended lately, and it was most interesting. It was a Zoom webinar with 5 climate action speakers from the Central Coast, and it was very, very interesting in what was going on in the different cities and how they had chosen to incorporate climate action guidelines and activities in their communities, and something that we'll be looking at as well. Let's see. I think that'll be it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. I have just a few updates. I also attended the Chamber of Commerce Awards dinner, and thank you to the Chamber for hosting that. It was a very nice event, and congratulations to the 4 recipients of the Chamber Awards. It was very well deserved and very nice. We have a wonderful community. It's hard to choose from. I had the opportunity to attend the Blessing of the Fleet and would like to thank the Morro Bay Commercial Fishers Association for hosting that and having the opportunity to go down. Their salmon season's closed, but there's still many of them going out to fish other fisheries in the area, and also Councilmember Ford attended. It was a little blustery, but we were definitely glad to be there and participate with that. We again went to the bocce ball opening, so I'm going to definitely have to take a set of rules for that. And then I sit on the subcommittee for SLOCOG, San Luis Obispo County Governments. Most of our conversation this last month has been about upcoming projects and budgeting. Morro Bay still has a project included in their budget for roundabout. And a lot of the conversation is centering around MTEs, the miles traveled, and how it will affect a rural area like ours. The state is looking at this as a new way to tax us. So hopefully we'll have a lot of strong advocacy for our county, knowing that many people have to travel to get to their jobs in San Luis County. And then I hosted this month's, once a month, the mayors from San Luis County meet, and this month was my month to host. We invited them out to the wharf and provided an opportunity. 5 of the mayors toured it to look at the facility, as some of them are transitioning to new projects in their communities. Our speaker for the day was Senator Laird. He had asked to join us, and so I had a three-time visit with Senator Laird on Friday. A lot of what he shared was just state updates and things. I will share that he expressed to me his desire to fast track with the state the offshore wind so that permitting would sync with their proposed closure of Diablo in 2030. He did not elaborate on it, but just shared that as information with us, so I'm sharing it with you. And then our next meeting, council meeting, Councilmember Landrum and myself will be coming to you via remote, as we will be attending the Offshore Wind Conference in Sacramento, where we hope to gather more information to bring back to share with the community. So with that, I will turn it over to the city manager.
Mayor, Council, we have two presentations tonight, one by Chief Watkins, an update on the planning for the Ironman event, and then sort of what to expect with that event. Then following Chief Watkins, our Public Works Director, Greg Kwolek's going to provide an update on the roundabout or Highway 1, Highway 41 intersection improvement project that you mentioned. So I'll turn it over to Chief Watkins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wanted to do a brief, do we have the? Okay. Just a brief update. We are 4 Saturdays away from Ironman 70.3 Morro Bay, and your city staff has been working, I would say, over the last 3 months, weekly, if not daily, to make this a safe and successful event. So I wanted to share with you, go to the next slide, Dana, please, some of the impacts, locations that are going to be impacted during this event. This is really just a run through of location needs, but I'll go to the next slide, Dana. So the first one that you're going to start to see some activity on is Friday, May 12th. The Triangle parking lot behind the Maritime Museum is going to be used for the site and supply lot for the event. This is where you're going to have trailers, box trucks, forklifts, light towers, and other equipment that Ironman will use for the event itself. So this is going to be a source of activity throughout the week. Next slide, please, Dana. The transition area will start to be built Monday, May 15th. You can see here on this slide, it shows the transition area. This is going to have 270 bicycle racks, 9 rows, and it will be able to accept 2,160 total bikes. This event is nearly sold out. I believe there's about 20 spots left. They allow 2,500 registrations, and through lots of different reasons, they estimate about 2,100 athletes will actually be here to attend the event on May 20th. This is going to be the transition area from swim to bike, bike to run. So this will be a large concentration of athletes during the event on May 20th. This will, while they're building it on beginning May 15th, the rock parking will remain open in some aspects and will be fully closed beginning Friday evening about 8 p.m. and will remain closed until about 6 p.m. the following day, May 20th. So that'll be an impact to some of our residents and visitors. Next slide, Dana. On the main expo area, which will be registration, athlete check-in, vendor location, and other items up until the race day. This will take place in the parking lot right there at Embarcadero and Pacific. That will start to be built again early in the week, May 15th, May 16th. And so that lot will become unusable for visitors and patrons. And then that will be the main expo. Athlete check-in will begin Thursday, will go through Friday, and then the race on Saturday. When that begins, this then gets transitioned over to a medical tent. And then the finish line area, which will host athletes' food and other type of needs after the race, at post-race. And then next slide, Dana. This is the finish line. This will start to be built on Thursday, the 18th, and continuing through Friday, and then Saturday for the main event. This is right in front of Blue Sail Inn and in between Blue Sail Inn and Sun and Buns. This is the finish line, and for those who have never attended a Ironman such as this, this is a great area to see some of the athletes finish. They have announcers, they have music, and they have a lot of interesting facts about the athletes as they cross the finish line, and it is an absolute feel-good moment for a lot of these individuals who are accomplishing this amazing athletic feat. And the next slide, Dana. So just to give you an idea on the swim, this event starts at 6 a.m. in the morning. The first swimmer will be in the water at 6 a.m. They stagger the start so it provide safety for the swimmers in the water. This will continue for about an hour and 10 minutes, and the final swimmer has to be out of that cold water within a certain period of time for safety, and they will start off here at the Coleman Beach, and then I've got another map after this that will show you where they're exiting over by the otter viewing area. So this starts at 6 a.m., the last swimmer in the water at 6:49, and the swimming cutoff is just before 8 a.m. Next slide, Dana. So what your city staff has been doing over the last few months is working closely with Ironman, and the city staff meets every Thursday until this event happens. Police, fire, harbor, public works, finance, tourism, chamber of commerce, and then Ironman staff themselves. We meet every Thursday, and we go over operational plans for police, fire, and harbor. We request mutual aid, request county partners, law enforcement partners. Public Works has been addressing course hazards and fixing and repairing those hazards. Been working closely along the Embarcadero to address any parking issues and shuttle drop-off locations. Just to give you an idea, Ironman is asking all participants and supporters of participants to park at Cuesta College. They have 1,400 parking spots for athletes and spectators who are here to support the athletes, and they've asked for them to park at Cuesta, so that lessens the impact of vehicles in our city. There'll be 2 shuttle drop-off locations. We've been working closely with Ironman to make sure those shuttle drop-off locations suit the city needs the best they can. Your city staff has also done several walks along the Embarcadero and along the residences that are impacted by the road closures during this event. I can say that after several walks along the Embarcadero, the businesses are excited and they understand some of the impacts, but they also understand the amount of pedestrians that are going to be in their concentrated area for an extended period of time throughout the day, so they are excited. We've held 2 community meetings, March 20th and April 20th, to make sure that any questions from the community have been asked and hopefully answered. And then this week, there's going to be informational mailers being sent out to every location along the race course and 300 feet beyond that, so it's about a block away. So any of the residential areas, business areas that are impacted by this, they'll be receiving information that talks about road closures and what to expect. Next slide for me, Dana. This is the swim course, starts at Coleman Beach. You can see it comes down to about House of Juju and then turns around and comes back, and they exit by the otter viewing area. Next slide, Dana. This is the bike course. It leaves the transition area at Morro Rock, goes over the pedestrian bridge out to Atascadero and onto Highway 1. They then travel out to San Simeon, which is being managed by California Highway Patrol and Caltrans, and then they return back into our city, where then they return back to the transition area and start the run. Next slide, please. And this is our run course. So the athletes will ride their bikes in, transition at Rock parking lot, head down the Embarcadero. There's going to be road closure from Beach to Pacific, and that will be closed to vehicles but open to pedestrians. You'll be able to cross the course at any time. They will run out to Lower State Park Road, turn around and come back. This is a 2-loop course because they have to run 13.1 miles. And then they come back around, and in that upper kind of left corner, you'll see the finish line there. They make a right turn right by Giovanni's. They call that the hot corner. It's the S turn there, and they'll have music and a lot of other things there. So that'll be a very busy corner for this event and bringing a lot of business, hopefully, to our businesses down there. So if anyone has any questions about impacts, road closures, what to expect in this event, they can certainly contact me at any time.
Mayor, may I make a comment really quick? I just want to thank the chief Chief Watkins, as well as all the department heads that were at the community informational meetings. I attended the one on the 20th, and I think I maximized my question count for sure. I lost count out of after 50 questions. But anyway, I just appreciate the fact that all of you were there, hanging out for all the hours that you did, allowing residents and anyone else, business owners and anyone who had questions to come in and talk to you personally. So thank you for extending yourselves to that opportunity for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, we'll have Greg Kwolek discuss the intersection improvement project.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. So I have an update about the 141 Main Street intersection project. As you all know, this project has been on the city books for some time, over 20 years. And so we're excited to say that we're nearing the end of the environmental phase of this project. Our consultant who's doing the environmental recently hit some milestones. While the final environmental document is not yet finalized, staff feels comfortable moving forward with the design once we have some policy direction on what to do at that intersection. And we do have concurrence from Caltrans on that. It's not typical that you would get a design started before the environmental is done, but we feel because of some of the timelines related to grant funding from SLOCOG that we have for this project, we'd like to get started with that design as soon as possible. The first thing we're going to do between now and the council meeting where we'll ask the city council to make a decision on what to do at that intersection is an extensive public outreach campaign. Public outreach has been done for this project in the past many times, but we think it's time for a refresh since it's been a few years. Because the school, the high school, is a major stakeholder in this project, because oftentimes their buses and car lanes are caught up in the congestion, and there's a consideration for child safety going through this intersection. We are going to be meeting as a staff with the Student Senate to get their ideas about how we could make that intersection safe. We're also going to hold the next PWAB meeting at the school, and we'll be reviewing this item with the PWAB at that meeting. We're also working with the school to create a survey so that parents can weigh in on their safety concerns given the options that we'll be presenting. And we're going to send that survey out 4 times. As many of you know, the school sends out updates weekly on Fridays, so we're going to get in that update 4 times in May. And then we're also going to have a community meeting at the community center on May 10th. We're looking at 6:30. It's not all set up yet, but that's for anyone in the community to come out and give comment, and we'll have information and maps and things like that presented there. We'll also have the consultant there as well. So we're very excited about that public outreach campaign for this project. And then we'll be coming to the City Council. We're planning to come on June 13th. That's the first council meeting this June. And we'll be asking the City Council whether or not we think a roundabout is appropriate there, a signalized intersection is appropriate there, or whether it's appropriate to just keep it as is. So that's my update there. Once we do have direction, we may have to take the final environmental document to the Planning Commission, depending on what kind of construction we'd be doing. So, obviously, if we didn't take any action with the intersection, then we wouldn't need to go to the Planning Commission. But that would be an additional avenue for some public input. So if there's any questions on that, I'll take them. I do have one other kind of surprise update.
And that's also going to be on the city website then?
Yes, once it's all finalized. We're still working out a few things with the planning.
Thank you.
Yep.
I don't have a question, but I wanted to say thank you for moving this ahead. It's been discussed a lot over the years, and so I'm glad to hear us moving along. Is the money from, who is that, SLOCOG?
Yes.
Is the money from, that has a
deadline.
date, yeah, a deadline to be spent, right?
It
So
does. It does.
we're moving towards getting that committed and,
Yes.
yeah, okay,
Yeah, and that's to the neighborhood of 5.9 million.
yeah. Good.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
About money? Is
Is that intersection, is that Morro Bay's responsibility, or is it Caltrans' responsibility because of the freeway on-ramps and off-ramps? Or what does that fall under?
So part of that is Caltrans right-of-way, and so they certainly have some say in what happens there, but it is Morro Bay's responsibility if we're looking at congestion. Then that's something that we would want to tackle as a project. We have the ability to gather funding for that project. Caltrans has stated to us that they're interested in the project, but it's not something that they would fund.
But if they thought it was a need, then they would fund it, right?
Well, some of it is outside of their right-of-way, so I think that would be some sort of negotiation with the city.
But they haven't expressed that as a need
They did.
to
and so-
negotiate?
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You had something else?
Surprise update is that the bike path is open. As of about 45 minutes ago.
Thank you. That's good
I was
news.
going to ride my bike here.
Next time.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Carpenter, anything else? Thank you very much for that. And we will move on. And tonight we have a presentation from the Morro Bay Chamber of Commerce for a quarterly update.
Dana. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just going to wait for that. I'm going to go askew because I need to look at it. Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Erica from the Chamber here to give you a Economic Development Status Report. Thank you very much for having me. I can do it. Come on. Okay, this is somewhat of an organizational chart for you, just to show and demonstrate that our organization really orbits around our members. We are run by a board of directors. I work for them, and then I have a staff. They work for me. We have advisory boards or committees that are standing that advise the board of directors. Those include an executive committee, governmental affairs, ambassadors, and we are forming an economic development committee. Some of our economic development advisement happens outside to the board, and then the economic development work that I'm talking about tonight happens in action with me and my staff. So I would just like to start with who we are. We are a 501c6 independent nonprofit. We're a chamber of commerce. We're a business league. Our purpose really is to promote the common business interests through activities that are directed toward the improvement of business conditions. We have a 12-member board of directors, 3 full-time staff members, including me. Our GAC is 13 members. Our ambassadors is 8. We have about 310 members at the moment, and year to date, we are at a 97% retention rate. This is a lot of words on a slide. The point of this is that we are local. Of all of our committees and our staff, 100% of us live in SLO County, 95% of us live in the Estero Bay, and 84% live here in Morro Bay and work here. 100% of our board members are business owners, employees, or 1099 contractors. Oh, you're good. Okay. Very, very excited and proud to have put together a strategic plan for the organization. Again, this is the organization you're partnering with, so we have a strategic plan. We spent all of fall on this. We arrived at 5 strategic imperatives, and we refreshed our vision, which is for a prosperous and well-informed business community. I thought, given new city council and community members, a brief background on kind of how it started and how it's going would be helpful. So the Chamber and City Economic Development Contractor relationship in 2017 in March, City Council approved an Economic Development Strategic Roadmap, or an EDSP. The purpose of that was to guide economic development initiatives and actions to improve the local economy in the wake of the power plant closure. One of the key recommendations included an initiative to appoint an ombudsman to have relational kind of capacity between the business community and regulators. The City Council in mid-year of 17-18 defunded a deputy city manager position as a budget savings measure. And that position had been primed to implement the EDSP. So in July of 2018, the Chamber contracted with the city to launch a pilot program in partnership called the 4MB project. 4MB focused on business outreach and support through business walks, forums, and trainings. This is what it looked like for those of you who are around. We have all of our partners listed. We would do a leave behind when we did business walks, and each of these partners were in an MOU with the Chamber to deliver on this project. And these are some of the focus groups. Scott Graham and I spent a lot of time in focus groups communicating with business owners in their own district to ask questions like, what do you need in order to increase your sales 5%? Who do you need your neighbors to be? In downtown, we heard a lot about tree lighting input and cannabis permitting at the time. On Quintana, we talked a lot about the wharf pipeline conveyance alignment and business access. And the deliverable for this pilot program was the wayfinding signage. Continuing on the background, in 2019-2020, the City Council adopted a fiscal and economic sustainability goal. The council and city staff concurred at that time to contract with an outside agency to drive some of those key initiatives under that goal. So sharing this to demonstrate that City Council goals are tied to this economic development contract and are negotiable for scope. The city and chamber then partnered formally in July of 19 with a scope that included business support, marketing Morro Bay to the region as a place to do business, and conducting a formal permit process review, which we delivered to the City Council in fall of that year. We renewed our contractual arrangement during COVID-19, during the pandemic, and we updated our scope to include issues that were relevant at that time, which included business recovery and resilience from the pandemic. Present day, our current contract runs through December of 2024. It is, again, defined by a very specific scope of services. And those services the chamber delivers on with chamber board approval at the City Council's pleasure and in close coordination with city staff. So this is sort of our scope of services. It's under 3 headings, and I'm going to take you through this. So July of 2021, we entered it, and it terminates in December of 24. We can skip. So the first thing is to preserve and materially enhance Morro Bay's small town character. And one of the initiatives we undertook under this heading was to inventory all of our flagpole banners in the downtown waterfront strategic plan. Nothing matched. They were different sizes. We made an effort to standardize and codify the banner sizes for future investment in new messaging, and that's coming to fruition now with the Bird Festival has a new organization, and they want to refresh their marketing and their banners. And I just found out today from Scott Graham that we might have another opportunity that we can leverage this work to kind of make it continue forward. Next slide. And then, of course, the wayfinding signs took longer than we anticipated for many, many reasons. The goal here is to circulate people who buy things through our economy, through all 4 of our economic centers. So when somebody comes into our community, we direct them to the waterfront or to North Morro Bay to circulate their dollars around. Next slide. The other heading, the mid-heading, is Tactical Execution of Economic Development Strategy. So what is our strategy? We would like to grow TOT and sales tax, and that's not just with new business, but with expanding existing businesses. We would like to see an increase in the tenure of small business occupancy in our economic centers. I think when we initially started our partnership, we were surprised to learn how many of our businesses were on month-to-month leases, which is not a good, stable way to kind of make sure you're having that tendency continue. And we want to stay engaged with regional partners so that we can shake down funding leads and resources for our community. A lot of this is hinged on creating and maintaining strong relationships. And again, this is with existing businesses, builders, real estate brokers, SBA-funded agencies, business assistance agencies, because we believe that economic development will be delivered best in Morro Bay if it's deeply rooted in our community. And so how do we help? We have a program called the Roadmap to Success. This is our BRE program, our Business Retention Expansion Program. We can assist businesses with financing, marketing, permitting, workforce. We hear a lot about workforce. Construction impact mitigation when it happens, and we can even do some site selection assistance. And finally, proactive designated representation. This is sort of how I spend my time. I spend a lot of time interacting with the city of Morro Bay as your contractor. I'm in weekly and bi-weekly meetings with the city manager and the community development director. Our purpose is to coordinate local and regional economic development activities. We may look at long-range planning documents. Interim city manager Carpenter made fun of me because I brought a planning or a zoning map to our last meeting. We look at action and local and regional partnerships. And then as needed, I kind of take a cue from Scott Graham, I'll be pulled into development review team meetings, which are looking at submitted projects. And my purpose there is to monitor permit progress and to assist sort of in that ombudsman role. Sometimes applicant city coordination hits a hiccup, and I can assist. And the purpose of that is to expedite commercial projects, and that is language directly from the contract. Interacting with business, I'm using this ombudsman word. An ombudsman resolves disputes from a neutral and independent viewpoint. we are there kind of eyes and ears and trying to understand where snags are happening. And I think one real world example that with Greg Qualick, we had an issue with a business that had an extraordinarily high water bill, and they were adjacent to some construction. They were very concerned about it, so we were able to convene a meeting, and we kind of squashed it before it became a really big thing. We solved the problem. A lot of what I'm doing when I'm interacting with business is consultations and orientation to our community, and that can even be a business that wants to relocate to a different district within our community. You can orient them, have them interact with other business owners in that district. Public relations and education, it's a new day in Morro Bay. That's actual contract language. You know, we want to make sure that people know that this is a good place to do business. I'll do walk and talks, wander around a community or a district and kind of introduce people to businesses that are interested in doing business in our community. And we have a website with open access resources that I'll end this presentation on. And I interact with local and regional partners. So I serve as the city's designee on the REACH Practitioners Network that is in our contract. And I'll also serve on working subcommittees of that network. That network is a monthly meeting with economic development practitioners from both Santa Barbara and SLO counties. And we talk about collaboration, coordination, we're sharing leads. Some of the topics we may discuss are economic development strategic plans, some leads from GoBiz that are coming from the state, or EDA funding opportunities, downtown revitalization projects. I'm also attending the Cal Poly LEDC meetings, interacting with SLO County, the Cal Poly SBDC. I'm in regular communication with Visit Morro Bay, served on their strategic planning effort, and the purpose of all of this interaction is collaboration to align Morro Bay's economic recovery, reinvention, and resiliency efforts with those of the region, and that is directly from the contract. So has the city's investment in economic development made a difference? I think pictures speak 1,000 words, so Dana, you can skip through these, but these are pictures of smiling, happy new investors in our community. These are business owners who are making their livelihood, they're providing livelihoods, they're providing jobs for themselves, they want to grow. We've got new investment along the waterfront, that's TOT, that's new sales tax with new businesses, and next slide. Refreshed storefronts in the downtown, which really make us look like an attractive place to do business. And the next slide, this is just a Canva, but just sort of I use data from your most recent mid-year budget update to demonstrate that, you know, these are trends we want to see. Property taxes, sales and use tax, cannabis city tax, TOT, licenses and permits. We want to see these going up because so much of our general fund expenditures are on things that our community values: police, fire, streets. So we want to make sure that these things are happening, and we want to make sure that we're continuing to invest in them because we don't know what economic forecasts are looking like. Next slide. And then I'll just end here. Hopefully that's 10 minutes. We have an open access business resources page on our website. This came from our contract. Thanks to Jody Ollier on staff for putting it together. But there's information about talking to the city, starting your business, direct links outside to REACH, Visit Morro Bay, the Business Improvement District feasibility study we did there, and all of our strategic planning documents are housed on that website. And that is my update for you today. Happy to take any questions.
Erica, I have a question about a couple of storefronts on Morro Bay Boulevard. I've noticed that they are currently empty and they've been repainted on the outside, so I'm wondering, do you have any inside scoop about what might be happening there?
Yes, it's a new property owner. I think he has one tenant secured, and then is looking for a restaurant, sort of a space on the corner.
Okay, yeah, great. Thank you.
You have 310 members. What percentage of businesses in Morro Bay does that represent?
I think it's about a third. We're hoping to get some refreshed, when the city started using HDL for business licenses. At 1 year, I think all of that data is going to be super accurate and super tight, so we'll be able to get a real representation of, because you have to get a business license to do business in the city, even if you don't have a brick and mortar. So we need to filter that to figure out how many of the businesses are brick and mortar or Morro Bay based versus people who are just kind of like delivering car parts. They also have to get a business license to do business.
Mm-hmm. And do you know, of the districts, what percentage that this 310 members represents? Like what districts? Like,
Oh,
you know
all
what I'm
of
saying?
them. Yeah,
All
we
of
have
them
members in-
equally, all of them? Or?
I don't know that they're equal. There are different numbers of businesses and different actually sales tax contributions in each of the 4 districts. But we absolutely have members in each of the 4 districts, and we even have members in Cayucas, Los Osos, Atascadero, and SLO.
That, you mean business, oh, that are
That are
of-
members, yeah, they see the value of kind of
Advertising.
connection and outreach.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Okay,
You know, SLO doesn't have a beach, so they want to know what's going on out here.
thank you.
Absolutely.
Anybody else have
Thank
a
you.
question?
Oh, I do have one more question.
Yeah.
About percentages again. You said that most of the businesses are month to month.
I said when we did the first initial business walk in 2016, we asked a question about lease length and tenure. So we were very surprised at that time to learn that so many businesses were month to month. And I just learned of, yes, so we were concerned about that.
Has that changed since 2016?
We haven't re-polled it, but I do get involved in landlord-tenant kind of relationships or provide resources for people who are trying to negotiate longer-term leases.
And what do you, so is that, I mean, is that a risk that they're month to month? Or have the ones that you've noticed that were month to month gone out of business? Or are they still in business?
I think it's a mixed bag. As a former business owner myself in New York City, you know, when I learned that, I said, I wouldn't paint a wall if I knew that I only had a month of security, you know,
Right.
so to try and get investment into these storefronts. And many of these buildings, especially in the downtown, are, you know, they have some age on them and they have some improvements that are needed when they're going to move through a city process to maybe do electrical or anything else. So to ask a tenant who's on a month to month to make that investment is a very difficult proposition. And as a business owner, I would not receive that well.
Right.
I'd rather have long time to amortize my investment.
Right, but I mean, if, I would just be curious which ones were month to month, if they've, like how long they have been there.
Sure, yeah.
You
We
know.
didn't dive into that data point.
And do you know why they're month to month?
No, that's more of a private, so I
Yeah.
don't know.
So, okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Erica, for the presentation. I would encourage the 5 of us or anyone in the audience listening at home to reach out for
Yeah.
any other information through the chamber.
Yep.
Thank you for the
Happy to be a resource.
update. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much for that. Appreciate it. And with that, we will open public comment. I do have some speaker slips, and I will start with those first for items not on the agenda or items you can't stay for. And I will start with Sean Alexander and Linda Winters, please.
Yes. I'm Sean Alexander, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm just a local, and for fun, I've been growing trees, and I have some oak trees, baby oak trees right now, and what I would like to do is, I'm not looking for, you know, a handout or any money, but I just want to donate it to, since this is for Morro Bay, I want to donate some trees to Morro Bay, and I know that we've recently had a bad rainstorm that kind of ruined some trees, and I know that trees don't grow as fast as flowers and stuff, but give me some time and I can give you guys trees, and I know that there's, in this kind of world, or this, you know, trees, in fact, you know, there's a lot of red tape and laws of certain trees can't grow here or aren't allowed to grow here. So I just want to throw my name in the hat and just say that if there's any certain trees that you guys would like, or, you know, those people at home, you know, that have, you know, places that need some trees, just let me know, and I will grow them. It may take a while, but I would love to help out with the Central Coast in this way. So, and that's it. So.
Thank you, Sean. Perhaps you can reach out to our Public Works Director.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor, council folks, staff, and the chiefs, fire and police. I am Linda Winters, still a resident in a mobile home park here on Main Street, or should I say, the mobile home park featured on the front page of the San Luis Tribune, Sunday Tribune of April 16th. I've been saying for a lot of years that mobile home park living in Morro Bay is the only affordable housing we have. Even if you have to contend with droughts, wildfires, a flood or two, and in my case, 6. I can't tell you how many folks have contacted me saying they never knew they lived in a floodplain. And isn't there something that can be done? My response, we only have to read the article in the Tribune and use some good old common sense, as Mr. Greg Qualick says, our Public Works Director. We have built right to the edges of Morro Creek, and climate changes, and Mother Nature will take back what belongs to her. I don't think we should be surprised with her actions. I've been contacted by so many mobile home park agencies, locally, county levels, and from state groups, applauding our actions, trying to educate the people, the mobile home residents, and the general public about the importance of maintaining our mobile home living as our last bastion of affordable housing. So tonight, we will hear a continuation of the city's goals for 2023 and 24. And I will continue on my goals for mobile home folks here in Morro Bay and beyond. Number 1, educate yourselves. Number 2, learn about where you live. Number 3, stand up for your rights and fight to keep mobile home living affordable, even if it is in a floodplain. Thank you all, and I'll see you all on May 9th. And as a favor to everybody, I won't be participating in the Ironman.
Thank you, Linda. Next up is Rachel Wilson, followed by Lee Johnson, please.
I was kayaking out on the bay 3 days ago and thought, you know what? I am going to move to Morro Bay. My dream ship, the Queen Alexandra 27E, complete with hot tub on the upper deck, went by. Now, I had to move over in my kayak to let her get by. So I went home, discovered she was $13.5 million. Her monthly payment was $81,000, and $18,000 to fill her up with a tank of gas. So now my kayak looks really good. Well, the reason I'm bringing that to you is she is 90 feet long. She has a 21-foot beam, and she took up about half of Tideland Park's dock. Next slide, please. I am really happy to hear that Mayor Wixom, Councilwoman Zaralandrum, and Harbor Master Schiaffoni are going to be attending the wind farm conference. Next slide. I did a little research on vessels because I've heard that maybe Morro Bay might want to be bringing in some vessels. And so crew transfer vessels, this is by Chartwell Brevity. They are working on developing vessels for the East Coast. I was happy to note that they're about 91 feet long. Their beam is about 31 feet wide, which actually means they're 1/3 larger than the Queen Alexandra. They will hold 32 people plus 6 crew their day trip. But if you notice on the top of them right now, they have room for 2 20-foot shipping containers. Next slide, please. The next one is the service accommodation crew vessel, a little bit longer, 120 feet, 36 feet wide. By doing the math, she's about 2¼ times bigger than the Queen Alexandra. She has a crew of 10, 12 workers, and room for multiple shipping containers. Next slide, please. So my question is this what we want our waterfront to look like? Next slide. So questions for all of you to ask. Can we have crew transfer vessels without the shipping containers? Are they a requirement? How many crew transfer vessels would we get per day? How many crew will need parking? Where will they park their cars? Because remember, Morro Bay has limited waterfront space. So exactly how are we going to accommodate all of these? And my last slide, please. And then housing. Where will they live? Will they displace our senior citizens? If you ever listen on Next Door, you hear about all the senior citizens who cannot afford to live here. Their landlords are renting their houses out for a higher amount. And will they up the value of rents to the point that our tourist industry suffers because they can't get workers? So some thoughts. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, thanks for having me tonight. My name is Lee Johnson. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. I just want to speak on behalf of the Chamber and Erica and all the great work that they do. Her and her team, they've really made all the areas of Morro Bay better. They've put out more information about the businesses. They do events and things to get people from all over the county to come here. They're participating in the regional activities. They're getting opportunities. Other people are becoming aware of our community. They'll invest in our community, and it's important work. They also need your support. You have to say yes to things that will bring revenue to our community. You saw what the city manager showed you at goal setting. In the very near term, the only choices you'll have is who goes to the county first, police or fire. We need to get revenue into this community. We need to say yes to things. You have something on your agenda tonight. If you say yes to it, it will bring revenue to the community. We need to think about those things for the long-term health of this place we call home. Appreciate the chamber. Say yes. Have a great night. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Richard Sadowski, followed by Betsy Gaudette-Cross.
Richard Sadowski, Homefront, EJ, Morro Bay. Our grassroots group is in collaboration with Ecologistics, and in 2019 we received a grant from the city for an air monitoring, handheld air monitor. And since then we have been collaborating with the Cal Poly Marine Science Department, Ocean Acidification Lab, and recently, yeah, go ahead. Recently, we hosted a field trip with Morro Bay High School Science Department, juniors and seniors. And we're also sponsoring 2 College Corps interns. And Chris and Christine and Emily Bachman, Dr. Bachman's students came, and we did a real interactive presentation right here in Tidelands Dock. And what I'm here for is that we're in need of a meter. The meter that we got 4 years ago is suspect, and we're providing data to the Ocean Science Lab, and we're seeking $5,000 to get a meter before they term out in June. So I'm gonna leave some of these little cards here, and for those of you who are who gets placed on your hearts, if you could send it. We're, like I said, sponsored, we're volunteers, we're sponsored fiscally by Ecologistics, and you just make it in care of Stacy, and they'll handle the funding. And I appreciate it, and have a great meeting. Thank you.
My name is Betsy Gaudette-Cross. I'm a resident of Morro Bay, and I have a PowerPoint. So the other day, I was looking at your website, and this is how it opened up. Next slide. And I thought, well, I'll just do a search to see what I see about Vistra. And I searched Vistra's website and scrolled halfway down to, halfway down and to current planning projects. And this is what I saw, and if I can read it from here. In an effort to provide, if you can read that, in an effort to provide more information regarding the proposed battery energy storage system project, Vistra has created a website for their project that includes project information and frequently asked questions. You can visit their website and go to the next slide. So in other words, you have their website on your website. And I'm thinking, well, as a representative of Citizens for Estero Bay Preservation, I was wondering if maybe you could put your website, or our website, on your website. Because the way I look at this, it says, you know, when you click on their website, it says, get the facts about Vistra's proposed battery storage project in Morro Bay. Get the facts. Like, we're not giving the facts, or that people need to know the facts because they're not getting them. Next slide. So we have our own website, and we would like to provide people with information from our point of view. Next slide. So Marcus Aurelius says, everything you hear is an opinion, not a fact. So Vistra has their opinion, we have our opinion. Next slide. So as members of the Citizen for Estero Bay Preservation, we would like, we have two requests. One, in the interest of neutrality, Morro Bay either remove the Vistra's website from your website or give a balanced perspective and put our website on your website. And one thing, that's it for that. I have another question. This is totally off that subject. You always bring up the subject of the PowerPoint and the power plant and the closing and the loss of revenue. And I was looking it up, and it says it closed in 2014. That was 9 years ago. And it sounds like you make it sound like it just closed and you haven't had revenue, but you haven't for 9 years. So I'd love to have that addressed sometime. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Helen Finger and Glenn Silloway.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Helene Finger, and I own a home here in Morro Bay. And I'm here to talk about Morro Bay's short-term rental ordinance, known as STR for short, specifically focusing on the Coastal Commission's requirement that STRs be actively rented. My ask tonight is that the STRs that aren't meeting the threshold of that ordinance for TOT be identified and that list made publicly available. Some background information: the Coastal Commission was very clear in why they supported rentals being active, and it was based on the fact that there is a cap on the number of permits issued. The Coastal Commission noted that active rentals are required to meet the needs of the visiting public. My addition to this is that active rentals bring more tourists here and more revenue in TOT and sales, etc. The STR ordinance addresses the active rental condition by requiring all current permit holders to bring in at least $500 in TOT each year. This is a very low TOT bar, as it correlates to being vacant over 90% of the year. My ask is that STRs that meet that TOT threshold be identified and that list be publicly available. In anticipation of discussion on this topic, I want to note a few items. First is the new STR ordinance was well communicated throughout Morro Bay for years. Anyone living in the community knows that, and anyone operating a short-term rental business in this community that was given the gift of being grandfathered in as a permit holder should have been aware for years that there was a new ordinance that would govern their business. And by the way, the STR ordinance was certified and in effect on September 19th, 2021. Second item is continuing permit holders that did not generate at least $500 in TOT are not actively renting the STR, which indicates to me that they're not depending on rental income from their STR. Third, the Coastal Commission stated that the TOT minimum is needed as a way to cull the STR permit list of inactive rentals in the benefit of the general public and the Morro Bay community. And fourth, it is really very easy to develop a list of the STRs that didn't meet that threshold. All you need to do is look at the list of TOT that was received, sort that by cost, and then everybody above 500 meets that. You compare that to the business license lists, and you have your answer. So in summary, my two asks are, please identify the STRs that meet the threshold that year, and my other ask is, when can that list be made publicly available? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Wixom and Council. Thank you for letting me present this to you. I'm here tonight to talk about the lack of affordable housing in San Luis Obispo County. It's the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Everybody knows we have a lack, but there's a lot of process, public policy, and facts that surround it. Tonight I'm representing the committee, the Housing and Homelessness Committee of the League of Women Voters. We have been working to put together some webinars to help provide some information about the lack of affordable housing in the county, its impact on us, and perhaps what we can do about it. The first webinar, thanks, Dana. The first webinar is coming up on May 8th at noon. These are all free, and you can get a registration link by going to the League's website, which I'll show you in a second. This first one is going to be why you should care about affordable housing in SLO County. There are economic, social, and personal impacts of the lack of affordable housing. And we need to understand what those are because it's a community-wide problem. It's not a problem just of the person who can't find housing or a problem of the business owner who can't find somebody to work in their business. It's something that we all need to begin to address, and there are pathways to do that if we want to do it. This first one is going to be moderated by Jeff Eccles. Most of you know him. He's going to be wearing his hat as the CEO of the Housing Trust Fund. He knows a lot about this. He helps to fund some of the affordable housing projects. The first speaker is going to be Michael Foote, the REACH economic consultant. He's going to provide information about the economic consequences of the lack of affordable housing, and they will make a difference when you know about those. Brenda Mack, who's on the Housing Services Oversight Council, will be providing a personal perspective, and the Kristen Jeffries, who is the lead organizer for CMB in this county, will talk about the social consequences. Next slide. This is the first of 4 webinars in the series. The one on June 5th is planned and in the can. Shelley Higginbotham, who's the former mayor of Pismo Beach, will moderate. She's the chair of the Public Self-Help Housing Board. Scott Collins, who is now the executive director of HASLO, will be the first presenter. We're going to have people talking about the counties and the city's planning processes for housing with James Worthley, who's the planning director at SLOCOG, Teresa McClish, who's one of our own residents, and also a housing expert, and finally Stephen Peck, who provided a public sector response to these issues. They're all free. You can see them on that website right there, lwvslo.org, and I hope you'll join us. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one speaker slip left, Judy Brown, and after that, public comment will be open to all.
Good evening, everybody. Now for something completely different. Let's talk street sweeping. This one's for you. I sent a letter to Mr. Kwolek, who gave me a beautiful answer to all my questions. And I thought I would just read his letter here because he said it so much better than I can summarize it. Everything you ever wanted to know about street sweeping in Morro Bay. So how is street sweeping currently managed here? It's managed through the maintenance division. And is this done by city staff or do we contract for service? We contract it more precisely through a service agreement. If done by city staff, nah, not that one. Okay, if contracted, who is the current contractor and how does that contract bid, annually or other? The name of the service provider is S&P Maintenance. Since this is a service agreement, our procurement process is to seek out pricing. In this case, we do a sole source procurement because there's only one company that performs street sweeping in our area. Lack of alternative service providers is a justification for sole source procurement. Our previous maintenance superintendent did go looking for quotes some years ago, but quickly found there was no one else offering the service locally. More recently, our current maintenance superintendent did look for vendors outside the area. One company from Oxnard expressed interest in performing street sweeping for Morro Bay, but their price was $100,000 annually over what we pay SP Maintenance, and that's over the new price, see below. Woo-woo. Staff will continue to look for competitors each time the SP Maintenance service agreement is up for renewal. How are specific streets determined to be swept? Basically, it's all city streets. And I should say that after living in my house for 25 years, I've seen the street sweeper one time. Okay, is this done on a schedule or by request of property owners? It's a schedule that specifies frequency of street sweeping by street, and Greg very nicely attached the schedule. Are there any city or state regulations that require the city to be swept? Regional Water Quality Control Board requires the city to have a stormwater permit and best management practices to minimize pollutants from entering the stormwater system. He said more, but in the interest of brevity, sounds like we have to do it. The city used to sweep side streets and lightly traveled residential streets more frequently, but we then argued that this was unnecessary, and that's how we got several streets down to one sweep per year. So the annual cost is $37,582, and it's been the same since 2014. It's going to go up to $72,000 next fiscal year. We do 4,029 miles of street sweeping. Let's use the water from the wharf to charge the street sweeper, and let's talk about why cars are still in place on the street when the street sweeper goes by, because that's not very effective. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Public comment is open.
Good evening, Terry Simons. It's not very often I get to follow my wife's presentation. She's a hard act to follow because she can be very pointed in her points, and I can tell you that from personal experience. I didn't have anything to say tonight, and not unlike what happens to me many times when I come to these meetings, there was something not on the agenda and not available for the public, which was Mr. Kwolek's update on the 41 Main Street interchange. I listened to that, and it sounded great that the environmental documents are nearly complete, and I was excited about that until he mentioned that it's been in process for 20 years. Excuse me, 20 years on an environmental process to get a intersection resolved? Now, I realize that there's multiple jurisdictions and all the issues that need to be addressed, but 20 years seems ridiculous. I think we should give it to Erica and her committee to manage, because she seems to be really getting stuff done over at the chamber. I'm sure that it's not our city staff's fault that this project hasn't moved forward, but I think we should try to figure out why it hasn't moved forward. Lastly, And this was the one that really caught my eye, or my ear, I suppose. Knowing that we're nearly there, that the environmental documents are already almost complete, and that we're going to be looking for the council to make some decisions, Mr. Kwolek basically told us that there's a variety of solutions to the problem. We've had 20 years. Haven't we identified the solution to the problem in 20 years? Or has it changed so significantly as traffic has increased in the area? I've been here for a long time, and I've always heard it was going to be a roundabout, and I don't understand why it isn't. They're the most cost-effective way to integrate traffic from multiple points of entry, I don't know why there's even a discussion on anything other than a roundabout, certainly not a signalized intersection, and certainly not do nothing. I recognize that environmental documents require the do nothing option, but after 20 years, I don't understand why we're continuing to pay consultants if we're just going to do nothing. That's what I got for you tonight. Thank you.
Betty Winholtz. I'd like to offer a little balance to what Mr. Simon said. It's been in the works for 20 years. The environmental document has not been in the works for 20 years. And it hasn't moved forward because it's been very controversial in Morro Bay. There are people that favor the roundabout, there are people that favor signalization, and there are people that favor neither. And so this has never been resolved. It's never been, taken by the collar and come down to. And then the other reason is there's never been the money. And that's been a big issue. And I'm concerned that whatever plans and meetings we have, that the different options are presented equally and without bias, so people can make up their minds about that. And the reason that I'm not in favor of the roundabout is it may be most efficient for vehicles, but it's not for pedestrians. And there's no way that we want even one child killed at that roundabout. So it's very interesting to me that we would even look at that, but then that's because I'm on the opposite of Mr. Simons. So we need to look at both the signalization and the roundabout. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? AGP, do we have anyone in the queue?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, I will close public comment, bring it back to council, and I would just thank you all for participating. I would share, Helene, sorry for pronouncing your name wrong. Please make sure to reach out to our community development director, and they can provide you information on your questions about short-term rentals. With that, we will move to the consent agenda, and I will open public comment on the consent agenda. Seeing no comment on the consent agenda. Going. AGP?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close the consent agenda, bring it back to council, and ask if anyone wants to pull anything. Looking to my left? No?
No, I'd like to make a motion as soon as
Hang
we're
on one
ready.
second, let me.
Yeah.
Anyone over here want to pull anything?
No.
No, I do. Thank you. I'll pull item A7, so if you'd like to go ahead and make a motion. Thank you, Councilmember Ford.
All right, I'd like to move that we approve the consent agenda, items A through 4, as well as A6 through, and A7.
Oh, I'm pulling A7.
Oh, sorry, A7, okay. Items A1 through A6, excluding A7.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford? And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. With that, I pulled A7 because it is an appointment to the CFAC. Normally, we would hold interviews, and We've lost some of our timing with the floods and things like that, but the applicant that we are accepting this evening is here, so I wanted to invite her up to the podium to briefly introduce herself, and thank you for applying. So Kathy Hoverston, come on up. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm Kathy Hoverston, and
Is your microphone on?
I don't know. How do I tell? Oh, okay, yes. I'm Kathy Hoverston. I've lived in this town for 40 years, and I've read about this position before and just never had the time to apply, so I do now, and I thought I would give it a try. My career, I was a CPA, so I think I'm qualified to, I like accounting and I understand accounting, I think, so not sure what.
Thank you for that. Thank you for, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just wanted an opportunity for the community to meet you prior to you taking a seat on the board. So thank you for your willingness to serve. And with that, I will make a motion to approve A7 and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And how about just a voice vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you again, Kathy. With that, we will move on. I lost a page on my agenda. All right, give me a minute. My computer went off and then I lost my page.
We are on item B1.
Thank you very much. With that, we will, thank you. Move to item B1, public hearing, and I will turn it over to the Assistant City Manager, Admin Services Director, Ms. Sarah Johnson Rios.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. And if I could ask the City Clerk to go ahead and pull up this slide deck. Thank you. So this is an annual item that comes before you about this time each year, and we are updating the master fee schedule. For fiscal year 23-24, we are updating it by CPI. Let me find the clicker. There we go. So by way of a bit more background, what does this cover? It specifies which charges are approved for various services, and basically this is to cover services that are not of general benefit, that are of specific benefit to an individual, and that the city is allowed under the Constitution and the municipal code to try to recover those costs so that general taxpayers do not subsidize those services that have an individual benefit to folks. So this evening is the public hearing. This public hearing was duly noticed, including the posting of the proposed master fee schedule on the city's website 15 days ago. And all of the fees will be effective, assuming the council directs staff to implement this fee schedule on July 1st, so the start of the new fiscal year. The indices that are used to escalate these costs this year, as last year, include the Los Angeles area Consumer Price Index. We use the December to December data, which is the most recent quarterly data that's available, usually when we take this item to council. And for this year, that is 4.9%. And then there are some fees that have a construction element, and those are increased by the California Construction Cost Index, which is also using the December to December number. As you can see, construction costs have increased faster than general consumer goods, and so that number this year is 9.3%. These are both lower than they were last year, so the Fed's efforts are moving these indices in the right direction, but these are the indices that we used to escalate the fee schedule each year. And the reason for that is because our costs to provide these services are also increasing. And so that's a common practice that cities use in between a major overhaul and update of a fee study. And on our website is the proposed master fee schedule, which includes the existing 22-23 fees and the proposed 23-24 fees, so that everyone can see the proposed change from year to year. There are a couple of items to note, and these are consistent with prior council direction. There are some areas where council has decided not to pursue full cost recovery. One of those is the appeal fee. And so when the last major fee study update was done in 2019, council directed staff to set that at a much lower rate and to increase it by CPI going forward. That would result in an update this year to a $342 fee. We estimate that the percentage of actual costs recovered is around 5%. And then the commercial fishing slip fee, this one is also consistent with prior direction. It was held flat for a time period and then was directed to be increased to $8 a foot in October of 2022 and by CPI going forward. It so happens this year we do round to the nearest dollar, and this year on this fee, and this year that resulted in no increase. And in talking with our harbor team, we think that's also appropriate given the storm damage to a number of the docks this year, and so that's recommended to remain flat for 23-24. And then there are several smaller fees throughout the fee schedule where there are state law limits on what we can charge, and so those will remain flat, and you will see that in the detailed proposed fee schedule. So I'd like to just highlight, as we do each year, any changes for the current fiscal year. There are some changes to planning fees to make them consistent with the new zoning code, which is Ordinance 654. And so those are listed here, and if you have any specific questions on that, Director Graham can provide more details there. And then on the harbor side, the Harbor Department is recommending daily storage rates as well as monthly storage rates to provide that option for folks. So those are the only substantive changes. There are some minor updates to verbiage to try to continually clarify the fee schedule, and those are noted in strike throughout. And so that concludes the presentation. The recommendation before you tonight is that you conduct the public hearing, review the proposed master fee schedule, and adopt resolution 2623, which essentially rescinds the current fee schedule and implements the proposed fee schedule for 23-24. Thank you.
Thank you
With that,
very
we're available
much.
for questions.
Thank you. With that, I will bring it back to council and ask if there are any questions of staff. Seeing no yes.
Okay. I do have thank you. A clarification. I know that it was mentioned that some of the fees for harbor were not increased due to the damage to floods. I am curious about, we had correspondents come in with a question about the Triangle parking lot remaining at $4 a day. I'm just curious if we can get clarification on why we're keeping that the same price.
I'm looking for notes perhaps in my email. I know our harbor director is not available this evening. I think that those fees have historically been based on market demand. I can certainly follow up with a more robust response when our harbor director returns.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Rios, and I appreciate the report as well. It's really quite clear and easy to understand. That's my only question at this time, because I have another question regarding another harbor fee, so I'll just touch base with you.
Anyone else with questions for staff?
I guess I just wanted to know about the appeal fee. And we're keeping it low, which I think is a good idea. And so can you tell me about the increase a little? I didn't understand that.
Sure. So the previous council direction has just been carried forward this year in the proposed fee schedule, which is to apply that consumer price index inflationary increase, basically. And so that raises the fee from, I believe it's $326 to $342 based on applying that 4.9% increase. I do have a response on the parking fee in my email that I can go ahead and share if you'd like. We actually made increases to some of the parking fees in prior years, and so staff is not recommending additional increases this year for that reason. And on the appeals fee, happy to answer any follow-up questions you might have. So it's essentially not full cost recovery, and it started as much lower than full cost recovery, around 5% of cost recovery when the initial 2019 fee study was done. And so council directed staff to continue to apply a nominal inflationary increase going forward.
Okay, and what was the reason for keeping it at 5% or originally?
Based on the documentation I've seen, it was a previous council that wanted to ensure that members of the public had access to an appeals process without a cost prohibitive dollar amount.
Councilmember Landrum, I remember that meeting, and it's pretty much what Assistant City Manager said. The council and the community wanted to make sure that doing an appeal was not going to be too expensive for residents.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? With that, this is a public hearing item. I will open public comment, and I do have one speaker slip from Jeff Heller, please.
On? Oh, it's on. Okay. Thank you all. I've got to start my comments with thanking you all for serving. I know from firsthand how difficult it is, and the issues you're dealing with don't seem to get lighter. It seems to be carrying on to all kinds of things that probably you didn't anticipate. I want to thank you all for the time that you put in and how you serve this city. I'd like to thank the staff. Got some changes in staff, some new people, an interim city manager. It's a big change for staff, and I want to thank you all for rolling with all of this and doing a great job as well. My comments about the fee schedule have to do with a couple of things. One is the harbor fees. My gut feeling about the harbor is they need revenue for operating expenses, and I'm just wondering why some of these fees are remaining at the same amount that they have been previously, when maybe they could be just gradually increased. The first one is the storage at the Triangle parking lot. I'm not a boater, but it seems $4 a day is like super cheap to keep a boat this close to the water. And I don't know what the fees are in other areas. I'm sorry Mr. Chiaffone is not here tonight to respond to this, but my hope is that this is market rate for similar harbors, or maybe it should be increased. I'd like to see that looked at if possible, or maybe adjust that. The launch ramp fee, again, I think is $10 for a launch. Seems super cheap to me, but again, I'm not a boater. But considering the financial needs of the harbor, it seems to me these fees should probably be increased if it makes sense from a market standpoint. My other fee of concern is the in lieu affordable housing fee. It's brought to my attention when we did the zoning code update that the fees are applied to differentially to different groups. In my opinion, I think affordable housing is something that benefits the entire community. I don't know if the industrial and the commercial applications for development include payment of an in lieu fee, but I'd like to see that be addressed and considered by the council. Everyone benefits from affordable housing. Everyone who lives here, every business that's here, and I think we need to look at that and possibly adjust those rates so that everyone is contributing to that cause. Thank you very much again for all your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Now I remember the issue that I wanted to talk about. This is Terry Simons, and regarding the fee structure, a while back when this first came into my perspective, I sent a memo indicating that I thought hiring a consultant to tell us how our fees ought to be structured was probably a waste of money. As near as I can tell, it looks like staff managed to just apply some nominal CPI adjustments to the fee structure, and I support that entirely. I think it's great, and I hope that's what actually happened. Thank you.
Betty Winholtz, I hope you will question and follow up with the appeal fee. It's so different from any other fee that we have. It's something that allows the public to participate, as was said earlier. And even though you're only raising it by CPI every year, many of us don't get CPI increases. Many of us are on fixed incomes, or many of us, as true value of our salary and wages has not gone up. And so to increase something that shouldn't be increased by that percentage every year, I think defeats the purpose of community involvement. And this is not, a person doesn't just willy-nilly, as you know from your last meeting, bring to you an appeal. It's something that takes a lot of seriousness. It takes over $300 worth of money. And in my opinion, it should be lowered. And if you're not going to lower it, then at least you should maintain it at the rate that it is. And it should never even begin to address cost recovery. That's not what this is about. This is about participation. It's about what you do for us, and what we try to bring to you are things that we consider mistakes or errors, and for you to make that call. So it's more of a legislative thing. It's more of a judicial thing. It's not something where we're trying to get a personal benefit, but benefit the whole community. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? AGP?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Any more questions of staff? I'll lead off.
Yeah, just a really quick question. I'm thinking about how we leave the fees at a certain price, and when we do bring them up, it is based on CPI. But if we leave them at the same fee for 5 years, obviously we've missed out. So how does staff go about determining how to do the fee incrementally?
Certainly, Councilmember Edwards. Many cities update their user fee schedule roughly every 5 years. In this case, there are some fees that you're required to evaluate on a certain time period under state law. This is not one of those, but it is a best practice to update it roughly every 5 years. So given that the last fee study was completed in 2019, it's on our radar to look at when we have staff capacity to update that again. And that provides council an opportunity and staff to reevaluate the actual costs of providing each service and propose options for council in regards to full cost recovery.
Thank you, Sarah. I just get concerned, the more that we put things off than kick it down the road, then the sliding scale kind of. So thank you for that.
So I have two questions, please. Can we, if we, or when, I won't say if, when we approve this tonight, can we readdress the question on those harbor fees, since we do not have our harbor director here, and make an adjustment? Is that an option?
Certainly, we could amend the fee schedule at any time in the fiscal year.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then I did have one other question based on a question from Mr. Heller that I would direct either to you or Mr. Graham, one or the other. The in lieu affordable housing fees, are those paid by industrial and or commercial projects?
So the intent behind the city's zoning code and the inclusionary policies that are within it are for the provision of housing and affordable housing. And so it's the desire behind that is not to collect money, it's to encourage people to provide the actual units. But if they choose not to, they can pay the in lieu fee. And yes, all commercial projects that are over 2,500 square feet would be required to pay an in lieu fee if they were not providing the actual units, which is what is encouraged by the ordinance.
Thank you for that. Questions to my right?
I just wanted clarification on where we get the 2,500 as the minimum square foot.
That is the number in the ordinance. It's not random. It was part of so the city went through a comprehensive update of its general plan and of its zoning code, and we had a general plan advisory committee, planning commission, city council review. We had, like 80 public meetings on it. And so it came out of that process. It was fairly laborious, and this portion of it was discussed at length. So it's born of that, I guess I would say.
Can you tell me the year again that was?
2022, we adopted the zoning code at the end of the 2022.
So it's pretty recent.
And the general plan was adopted in 2021.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Barton, any questions, comments?
I have one more question, Mayor, if it's okay. I have a question regarding the appeal fee, and I'm just wondering if we have a comparison to other cities in our neighboring area to their appeal fees, if we know if that's, if we're much higher or lower than our neighboring cities.
So I'll go back in time a little ways. So early on, when I first started working here, 2014, we had a fixed appeal fee. It was like $200 or $180, something like that, and it stayed that way, up until we did the fee update in 2019, and that's when council gave us direction to, yes, we're going to subsidize it, but you're going to start increasing it by CPI, and so that's where that came from. When we were going through that process and looking at what other jurisdictions charged, we did look at it then. We haven't looked at it recently, and we could certainly do that if that's the council's desire. It's not a heavy lift or anything, but we did do it back when we set the fees.
May I ask if you can recall, when we raised the fees, was it comparable to the other cities that you were looking at, or did we raise it based off of that? Or
my recollection is we were kind of middle of the road. Yeah, that was my recollection from when we did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that best practices in other cities to do a CPI rate on a regular basis?
That's a normal process. Yeah, it's not uncommon.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? I would, go ahead, Councilmember Landrum. Comments?
Well, it does seem kind of non-inclusive to have the fee raised, when people are on fixed incomes. I can see that for sure. Can I ask how many appeals we have a year generally?
We'll typically get a couple. Yeah, I mean, it's rarely more than that. Usually it's one or two a year that we get. I think the most that we've ever had in a year, I think we had 3 one year. But that's the level of activity you're talking about.
Since we've raised the amount, has it changed? Lessened?
I'd have to go back and look, but it's always been about that
About the
number.
same?
I think it's had really little effect on it, but I don't want to say that. I don't know if people said, I'm not going to appeal because it was $300 versus $200. I can't really speak to that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. My comment would be that I want to make sure we can have an opportunity to address those questions on the harbor fees. And for myself, I agree with the public comment that I'd like to see the appeal fee held at the current rate rather than do a CPI increase. I want to make sure that our community feels they always have an opportunity. And I know it seems insignificant, but everybody is challenged on a fixed income right now, and we've already had 3 appeals this year. I hope it's not a trend that continues, but I'm not looking at it to be a revenue source per se, as much as I want to make sure it includes the opportunity for our community to participate without a financial burden. So, does someone want to make a motion? Well, I didn't, but I will. That's okay, I will do that. I will, let me get back to my right page again. I will move approval of item B1, which is to adopt the resolution, which rescinds Resolution 3322 and 6622 and adopts the fiscal year 2023-24 master fee schedule, with the exception of the CPI increase on the appeal fee, and will replaces it in its entirety for the new fiscal year. And I will ask for a second.
I'll second that.
And I will ask the clerk for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. And with that, before we head into our 3C items, I'm going to call for a 5-minute break. Thank you. To resume the meeting, thank you. Hello.
Where's that gavel?
Thank you, everyone. With that, we are going to move back on to item C1, cost allocation plan update. And with that, I will again turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Johnson-Rios. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to give a brief update, and then I am going to turn it over to our consultant to present the cost allocation plan in more detail. But first, I'd just like to touch on what is a cost allocation plan, why we do it, and how the data is used, just from a big picture, and then she will jump in to more of the details for you. So a cost allocation plan is a document that identifies the costs of administrative, management, general governmental, and central support services within a municipal organization. And it looks at the way that those costs relate to the variety of direct services that a city provides to the community. So you're going to hear about more specifics, but basically that's looking at human resources costs, finance costs, city management and administration costs, and in our case, an internal services fund, IT costs, city count, the more minor, but city council costs, city attorney costs, et cetera. And so all of those things that are required to run the organization and play a part in the cost of delivering direct services to the community. So the reason that cities do cost allocation plans is that they allow cities to recapture a portion of those administrative costs where eligible, so that all of those administrative costs don't have to be covered by general tax revenue. And so when we get the results, we use them in a couple of ways. One is for interfund transfers that can be built into proposed budget documents that are then coming before council again for review. And that's in the areas where we're able to charge enterprise funds for their share of use of those internal services. And then the other way that we use the data is to calculate what our fully burdened costs are, so that when we get grant funding and we're eligible to use a certain percentage of grant funding for administrative costs, for example, we can recapture not only the direct staff time, but also a share of the indirect services that are required to complete that grant, for example. And then if we were to do another update of the user fee study, as was discussed in the last item, then those fully burdened rates would be one input into an update to that user fee study. So there's a variety of uses for the cost allocation plan data, and oftentimes this is not always a document that goes to council. It's more of an internal facing document or a detailed financial document that then informs other decisions that do go before council. So we're bringing this to council as well as the down the line decisions in the proposed budget document, et cetera, so that council and the community has as much information as possible about all of the sausage making, essentially, and some of the financial administration of the city. So the recommendation that's going to be before you tonight after you hear a presentation from our consultant is to receive the updated cost allocation plan, to review and potentially approve the resulting interfund charges for inclusion in the 23-24 budget, and then to direct staff to update the cost allocation plan data annually using an interactive Excel model that the consultant has provided. And that's really a value add in this new cost allocation plan for us, is that the detailed appendix that is in the plan itself, the 100 pages or so that come after the meat of the report, those are Excel tables that have been delivered to the city that are now property of the city that staff can update annually, similar to the last item you saw where we apply a CPI to the last user fee study. And so that is our plan going forward. So this is not something that we will be paying a consultant to do annually, but it is a best practice to do this every few years or when there's major changes in city operations. And so that's why it's coming before you tonight. And I'm going to turn it over to Jeanette Hahn, who is a senior consultant with ClearSource, which was the company that we used for the cost allocation plan. And they provided excellent service for us. So I thank you, Jeanette, and turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I begin, I would just like to check with those in the room as well as those running the live stream that the slides are visible since I'm driving the show. So confirmation that you can see the slides.
Yes, we can see.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me drive the slides. I will be brief this evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Because the cost allocation plan is a tool really supporting the budget that you would normally not see. It's one of many tools that finance would use to build a budget and conduct its ongoing cost accounting and financial reporting. I think it's important to spend just a few minutes, if I may, expanding on the context that Ms. Johnson-Rios gave you before we summarize the key outcomes of interest to you in the transparency that you're seeking. I am trying to go forward. Okay. So in the industry, this is actually referred to as an indirect cost allocation plan. And the reason for that is because the costs that we're discussing here are those that you can't reasonably directly budget for in cost centers themselves. They benefit the organization broadly. To try to assign them to individual business units throughout the city would take a disproportionate amount of effort for not a lot of accuracy achieved. So the industry accepts the use of indirect cost allocation as a means for managing these costs of service. When we talk about indirect costs, they are those costs that have broad benefit across the city, specifically to what we refer to as your direct services. And these direct services are, when somebody is looking at the city of Morro Bay, they're thinking, what is the mission of the city? What does the city provide? Public safety, maintenance of spaces, publicly accessible spaces, recreation programs, utilities, a beautiful harbor. That's what is thought of, not the work that is being done behind the scenes to support that direct provision of service. So that's the difference between indirect and direct service, and also costs that are supportive to those direct services. So you can actually call this citywide overhead. That's what it is. And the reason why you study it is that most importantly is it helps inform the variety of cost recovery opportunities that you have that were previously mentioned. So in this plan,
excuse me, Jeanette.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Well, we can actually see the slide presentation. It appears that Zoom is compressing the files, and so they're not coming through in a very readable format. Would you mind if the city clerk shares, and then you can ask her to advance the slides? Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. Okay, we've got it. Go ahead.
Perfect. So we're summarizing here the services that are being allocated through the plan broad pools to talk about. So as I mentioned, much of what's being allocated is what we could call citywide overhead that is accounted for in the general fund. So these would be cost centers that are general governmental in nature. So the city council, city manager, city clerk, city attorney. Supportive services accounted for in the general fund, such as finance and human resources, and other central services such as the maintenance of administrative and operational facilities and the fleet. So citywide overhead is accounting for about 72% of the total costs we're looking at among these plans. We also, because of your obligations to report and transparently account for costs associated with the harbor, this plan also takes a look at other central services costs that are accounted for in the general fund in order to allocate them appropriately to the harbor. And that is specifically dealing with your consolidated maintenance folks who maintain publicly accessible spaces. So maintenance of public spaces normally is considered one of those direct services that we mentioned, something that a member of the public would view as a core mission of the city. But because you need to transparently account for costs in the harbor area, and those costs are borne centrally, the cost allocation plan is also going through the effort to split that cost of maintenance of public spaces between public spaces in the harbor area and public spaces elsewhere in the city. And then also the cost allocation plan is dealing with costs that are accounted for in the Information Technology Internal Services Fund. So in total, we're looking at $5.2 million in these central services costs. 4.3 million reside in the general fund, and just under $1 million reside in that IT Internal Services Fund. Another point I guess I would want to say, since we are elevating this for your review, is this type of cost allocation that's being done in this plan is not the only form of apportioning costs that the city does when it budgets and reports on costs. So certain positions might be allocated across different public services. A good example of that would be maintenance folks that are split between facilities maintenance and, say, street maintenance. So that happens in the city. The city also goes through a lot of effort to make sure that if a cost comes in the door that might be a supportive cost, if it can be directly allocated to a particular benefiting public service, that happens. So a good example of that is if there's a specialized legal service that comes in and can be accounted for through that billing and is associated with, say, a utility enterprise fund, it will show up in that budget. It's not being allocated through this plan. So the city uses a variety of means to make sure costs are as closely as possible aligned to those direct public services that the city provides. May I have the next slide, please? So you use this typically inward-facing budgetary tool, the cost allocation plan, to set interfund charges for service or transfers from one fund to the fund where the costs are accounted for. So those typical citywide overhead services and the maintenance of public space, those are accounted for in the general fund. The cost allocation plan then derives interfund charges that are imposed on funds outside the general fund to reimburse the general fund for the service provided. The plan also creates a lot of other outcomes that are very useful to the city. Not only do we know what, say, the water operating fund's share of these services are and reflect that in an interfund charge for service, but we can say what the fire department's share of these services are. And even though the fire department lives in the general fund and there is no interfund charge for service, when there are opportunities to recover certain costs from the fire department, these are very much a part of the cost of service there. So it informs rates and charges that you might be able to use to recover costs from projects, programs, user fees, wherever those opportunities exist. Tonight, we're focused on the interfund charges for service. Similarly, it also is going to establish that interfund transfer from the IT Internal Service Fund, or ISF. And that is, because it's an internal service fund, the best practice is to attempt to bill as much of that cost to eligible units as possible. So we're going to talk a little bit about that later on, but that's the primary focus here of your review this evening. May I have the next slide? And lastly, I would just say that when we develop this cost allocation plan for the city that the city will then own and maintain on its own to support its budget and ongoing cost accounting, we do infuse a number of really important principles into the plan. So number one is that when we're allocating costs, we are doing so with the intent of not being biased for ability or preference to pay. So we are focused on the next slide on those charges to specific funds within the city that will reimburse the general fund. But it wasn't designed to essentially say what portion of these costs should be allocated to water, to sewer, to harbor, and ignoring all other beneficiaries of those service. That would create a disproportionate outcome, a biased outcome, and that did not happen in this plan. That's an important principle. Another one is that we root it in documented costs. In this case, these transfers are based either on the current year budgeted expenditures for these services, or in the case of the information technology, ISF, in the prospective budget for next year to keep that fund whole. We use methodologies and metrics that are based on readily available and replicable information from year to year, so that the city is not undergoing massive efforts to create information just to maintain the plan currently. And these are chosen to reasonably reflect the service or benefit received or an acceptable level of proportionality for these services. If we could be perfect in assigning the costs, we would be, and you wouldn't need this, but we're looking for reason here, an acceptable proportionality. As Ms. Johnson-Rios said, the staff owns an updatable tool and can keep this current, which is critically important, and is particularly important because every decision that we make in this plan is mindful of downstream impacts to the sources of funds that end up reimbursing the general fund or the IT ISF for these costs. So much of the funding sources in the funds that we're going to talk about are actually constitutionally obligated in California to be set according to the costs of service. These are absolutely and viewed as part of that full cost of service, but they should be supported by an analytical tool like this that is making these types of decisions. Next slide, please, and I think you'll move forward, actually. One more, please. Thank you so much. So this plan has developed the interfund charges for service for the next fiscal year that can inform the budget that you will eventually see as listed here. These are the funds that have historically transferred back to the general fund to reimburse for these services: your transit fund, your 2 utilities fund, your harbor fund, and your 2 assessment districts. We've listed here the transfer to the general fund in total from these funds would be $1.1 million of the $4.3 million in costs that was evaluated. So what that means is there are $4.3 million in central services costs in the general fund between traditional citywide overhead and the allocation of public space maintenance. And a quarter of that is reimbursable from funds outside the general fund. I would like to highlight, if I could, Fund 331, your Harbor Operating Fund, and we've broken down that charge between its allocation of those traditional citywide overhead services and that allocation of public space maintenance, so that you can see what is in fact driving that interfund charge for service. What is not listed here are other funds beyond the general fund where overhead is identifiable and has been allocated, but those funds have not historically been assessed for central services that that live in the general fund. So when we show the $3.1 million assigned to the general fund there, that costs that will stay and remain in the general fund, that includes support to other funds that are not assessed an interfund charge for service. So for example, you separately account for the resources for your sales and use tax measures Q&E in Fund 3. And there is actually $346,000 in allocable central services attributed to that fund that is not being assessed to that fund. So the general fund retains that cost for itself. Next slide, please. How does this compare to current practices? So this slide is showing you the current transfer to the general fund from these funds in the current fiscal year 2022-23, totaling $814,000. The maximum charge for service that we just looked at on the prior slide is $1.1 million. So through this cost allocation plan, if these charges were actually applied in the upcoming budget, the general fund, or actually these funds would contribute an additional $296,000 in reimbursement to the general fund. It's important for me to state that this is increased cost recovery from these funds, but that is where it ends, actually. I believe that the costs you're looking at in the general fund for the next fiscal year are increasing even more than that. This doesn't fix any of the sort of fiscal challenges that general funds in California face, and certainly general fund here in Morro Bay face. This is simply stating what the impact to these paying funds is and the additional cost recovery that can be sent back to the general fund for their share of these central services costs. May I have the next slide, please? So looking at the information technology ISF, these are the charges on this page that would be assessed to funds through the methodology. So we looked at $971,000 in prospective costs for IT. And the charges are as listed there to each one of those funds. Now, the important thing for me to point out here is that IT is separately accounted for in an internal service fund. ISFs are designed to be self-sufficient funds, meaning the intention is that all of its eligible costs are billed out throughout the organization to recipients following a particular methodology. So any amount that is not recovered from another fund is either a drain on the ISF's available reserves, but more likely actually an additional subsidy that the general fund has to make in order to make that internal service fund whole. So ISFs, the reason why, there are many reasons why cities set up an internal service fund, but the specialized nature of the service, the fact that it is, wholly identifiable and directly relatable to the public services that you provide, it follows the provision of public services, gives you a sort of a stronger basis, sort of stronger argument, if you will, to fully bill out those services. So you'll see on this list that we have in fact included your sales and use tax measure Q&E Fund 3 as a recipient of a charge for IT. This would be a change in practice. The services that you fund out of those taxing measures, police, fire, maintenance services from Public Works, and Harbor, absolutely have information technology that follows the provision of service there and supports the provision of service there. As an ISF, it would be reasonable for the ISF to bill that fund, but we do have to flag for you that that would be a change in practice. So this evening, if I could have the next slide, please. Again, because a city council doesn't normally see this type of plan, I would highlight the areas for your particular review. And one of those is that use of your special funding sources. So for example, almost half of the interfund charge to your harbor operating fund is associated with maintenance of public spaces in the harbor fund, which creates accurate financial reporting for the harbor fund, but it is a use of harbor resources. So that's certainly an area that council may be interested in looking at, though that would be a continuance of existing practice to continue including that in its interfund charge. It would also be in your purview to consider the use of your tax measures Q&E funds, the proposed change in practice to bill it for its share of IT services that follow the services that are provided there. though at this time we are not recommending that you also assess its share of those other general fund central support services. You obviously can review and accept these outcomes, and they will show up in the annual operating budget that is about to be presented to you. We've delivered the tool to the city to continue to manage it. And the intent is that you will not likely see a presentation of the cost allocation plan unless you request it. Or again, if there are changes to uses of special funding sources proposed that would warrant your review and policy decision. With the next slide, we go ahead and take it back to Ms. Johnson-Rios and the council.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. This is just a reminder of the recommendations before you tonight, and we're available for any questions.
I have a question. This is really dense. I feel like I need like 4 screens to look at it all. And I have very mixed feelings. I can understand, like, it would be kind of nice to not have to review this. But I was going to ask, has CFAC looked this over?
They have not. We have had a challenge getting a quorum, and they don't have a regularly scheduled meeting in April. So they would be reviewing the proposed budget in its entirety at their May meeting, and that would include any direction on this that council provides tonight.
Yeah, because I would feel really good having their recommendation on something like this, you know, because it is so dense. But
I think given the timeline of the completion of this study and the budget timeline, unfortunately, we just completed this study within the last couple of weeks, and so there wasn't a meeting available for them to review it. But council could certainly direct that they review future iterations. It's not something that's specifically called out in CFAC's scope of work currently.
thank you.
To my left, questions? No? Councilmember Barton, questions?
I was just going to make a comment that having worked in cities in the past, I'm familiar with this, but to read the whole thing and and really digest it is tough. So.
Thank you. With that, I have no questions at this moment. I'll save them for in a few minutes. I will open public comment on item C1.
I think dense is an understatement. This is Terry Simons, Morro Bay. Wow. I'm used to looking at financial documents not of this scope and depth, but I can only hope that our distinguished financial wizard and her boss have taken the time to go through this, and I would look to them rather than CPAC to tell us, yes, this is good, we're on track, or no, we've still got some issues to work out. I don't see how the members of this council or the members of the public in general can even begin to digest something as comprehensive and far-reaching as this. There's so many assumptions that are made in the way these are laid out that it's like way too many dominoes on the table, and they're all lined up going in different directions, and if one of them falls at the wrong time, God only knows what happens. Anyway, I'm relying on our staff, really, to tell us that they've reviewed this and that they are in concurrence with the consultant's recommendations.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? AGP, is there anyone in the queue?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, I will bring it back, close public comment, and bring it back for questions or comments from council. To my left. To my right.
Can you tell me about the harbor fund again, like maybe in simpler terms?
Certainly, Councilmember Landrum. The recommendation, the staff recommendation, and the report recommendation on the Harbor Fund is to continue current policy, which is the previous iteration of the cost allocation plan, which was also completed in 2019, did charge the harbor for the traditional indirect services and also for a portion of consolidated maintenance services. So that's what this plan does. The consultant has called that maintenance piece out separately to draw it to council's attention as a bit of a more direct service than the other category of indirect services, which are more of the purely administrative services that the city provides the harbor. And so we've called that out as an alternative in the staff report. If council were to direct us to go in a different direction, we could abstain from trying to recover maintenance costs from the harbor fund, and then the general fund would need to bear those costs. So that's the alternative that's laid out in the staff report, but the baseline recommendation is to continue with the current practice.
So how would they bear the costs? How would that work?
The harbor fund?
How would the general fund bear the costs of the harbor fund?
The general fund would essentially have to accommodate that $167,000 for that piece of the charge to the harbor in the general fund budget, which of course, is part of the broader budget challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, members of council, my read of the document and on staff's recommendation is that they're making the recommendation that more accurately and fully associates the costs of the harbor and the positions in Q&E with the actual expense, that fully loaded expense is associated with those two funds. It's the city's ultimate desire to have the harbor operating at a point where it's covering its own costs. And when you get to that point, you want to make sure that the general fund is not subsidizing any of the harbor's costs, that the harbor is fully covering all its costs. So it's a good, I think, strategy to start establishing what those full costs are. Even though the harbor's not covering them today, you'll get to the point where hopefully it is, and you'll want to have a cost structure in place that protects the general fund to the extent possible.
Thank you for that. I'm challenged with the fees to the harbor fund, and then essentially the Q&E really is my concern, is that, we're charging the enterprise funds, harbor fund, and Q&E, which goes to the harbor fund. And I worry when we start taking the tax money from Measure Q&E to do this backfilling, that isn't, for me, necessarily part of the language or the intent of what that's for. So I guess I'm looking for some more clarity on the rationale to take Measure Q&E money to backfill this. I feel like we're just kind of rating it from those other needs like streets and things like that it was there for, to backfill the general fund. So I don't know if there's something, Ms. Johnson-Rios, you can share with me on why that's there on the Q&E?
Certainly, Mayor, and I'd just like to clarify the distinction. The baseline the staff recommendation is that council consider allocating IT costs only to the Q&E fund, not the general fund's internal services costs. That number would be an additional $346,000 a year that's associated with the city's cost of providing internal services that support the direct services provided by Q&E. So essentially, if we were to fully charge the Q&E fund for all IT and internal services, it would be a total of close to $450,000. We're not recommending that. We are recommending that council consider charging the Q&E fund for IT costs. That's certainly a policy decision for council. What that would do, if you wanted to proceed with that, would be to allocate that fund's share, which happens to be 9.5% of the city's cost of delivering information technology services, which is about $92,000. So, in speaking with the ClearSource consultant, and I definitely acknowledge this is a very dense document, there are niche consultants, ClearSource is one of them, that are expert at this work and do this for a number of cities. And so their guidance as well is based on the knowledge of what a number of cities with local tax measures do. And it is more common for cities with local tax measures to allocate internal service fund costs, like our IT fund, to their local sales tax measures and not necessarily the broader general fund overhead. It doesn't mean we have to follow suit. It's council's decision on whether you would like to allocate any indirect charges to Measure Q&E or not.
Thank you. Any comments, council? No. Is anyone interested in entertaining a motion? This is so beyond, so complex.
Right.
I agree with Mr. Simons and the scope and depth of it, and I appreciate your work and I respect your knowledge, and I certainly would look to the future for a partnership with CFAC, not necessarily to help you, but to help us. Seriously, would, just, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I'd like to second that comment.
So I'm looking for a motion from one of you, someone? Nobody's wanting to make it.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. First, I want to thank Ms. Johnson-Rios and as well as our consultant for this dense report. I move that we approve the resulting interfund charges for inclusion in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and direct staff to update the cost allocation plan data annually using the interactive model provided.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. And we will move on to item C2, and that will be Mr. Carpenter.
Mayor, Council, this is a continuation of our discussion of the citywide goals. It's our strategic plan. This is, I think, meeting number 4, and it's been a very constructive process. If you recall, on April 5th, we had the workshop where we really reached consensus, at least I believe we reached consensus on the goals and objectives. Taking that information, the executive team got together and put together sort of the next layer down, which was the action items and estimated costs for achieving those objectives. This was on your last agenda. We had run out of time, unfortunately, but I think we provided you with background and with the list of action items and the estimated costs. Our city clerk is, can we put that presentation up? Thanks. Our city clerk has cleaned up the document, so I just wanted to show you what the cleaned up version looks like. If you recall, the document previously had a number of rows and columns, and we've simplified that. So these are the goals that the council reached consensus on: public infrastructure, economic vitality, homelessness and housing, and community engagement. That's okay. The next level down was establishing objectives for each one, and then to the chart, the action items to achieve the objectives. So we've cleaned this up a bit. If you recall, previously there were carryover items, there were new items, the responsible department, the estimated budget. So you saw this information essentially at your last meeting, but it's in I think, a simpler, better looking format here. So the action items are on the left, the responsible departments, the budget impact, two different colors there where we have allocated dollars already in this fiscal year. You can see they're in blue. Hopefully that's blue, right? I'm colorblind. And then for next budget year, the new dollars are in red. The major spend recommended for next year's strategic plan really is shown on this slide, and that's the street paving. It's actually $2.1 million. We just got some new numbers today. And then below, in the storm recovery effort, the additional $1.9 million, some of which actually goes towards streets. So really a focus on street repairs, storm recovery this year. So this was the infrastructure slide, and then there are corresponding slides for the other three goal areas. So again, the objectives, and then the action items under Goal 2. I won't go through all of these. You've seen this before. But really just wanted to show you the new format and its organization. So with that, I think we left the conversation at the last meeting where the council was discussing potential changes to the action items. So I'll leave it to you at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carpenter, and thank you to staff for putting some numbers in. I think that helps us a lot as we move forward. So a couple questions I have. You talked about the storm number plugged in there. So how is that going to be adjusted then as we receive FEMA money back for storm recovery? How is that going to adjust out? Whom am I asking that to?
I think the dollars will probably come back to the general fund. These are general fund dollars that are allocated in this document.
Okay.
For what we recover, we would replenish the general fund.
Back into those specific categories, most likely, or
Right.
where they came from. And then on the grant writer, it didn't provide an option. It just put in there, hire a full-time grant writer, and there was no option for contract services. Is that just not something we brought forward in our conversations, or was that not included as an option?
No, I think our intent is to use a contract service.
Okay. Specific to?
But for all the departments, I think the full-time really was more of a reflection of a full service as far as serving all the departments in the city.
So I'm just looking for clarity, I guess. Are we talking one grant writer that's writing grants for everybody? Or are we talking grant writers departmentally?
We'll probably work with one firm. There may be multiple people in that firm that have specialty areas.
Okay, perfect. I just was looking, I didn't want to pay somebody to educate themselves on harbor grants. Thank you for that. And a lot of my other things are just comments, so I'll pass and move it on for questions from council to my left. Councilmember Ford, questions?
So
Full service, okay.
thank you, Interim City Manager Carpenter. I'm enjoying watching this streamlining of this report as we go along and how much easier it gets every time to understand what it takes to bring forward these items and to really see. I'm turning my question into a comment here, so I'm going to stop myself. So my question essentially here is, I had another suggestion from a constituent, essentially suggesting that under economic vitality, under the review of city-owned properties strategy to optimize use of revenues, to consider prioritization of deed-restricted affordable housing uses. And I'm wondering if that is something that we would discuss now, or if that's something that we would look at later, or if that's something that the council wants to consider as bringing back as an actionable item.
So I think the intent of the study of city properties would be to look at which, if any, the city could surplus, and if a decision is made that some could be surplused, I think at that time the council could indicate the preference for the reuse, the redevelopment, whether it's for housing or for some sort of tax generating commercial use.
Okay, so we could address it at that time. Okay. I think that is all I have for right now. I do have something I want to discuss again regarding a priority, but should I reserve that comment for later? Or? Well, it's something that has been on my mind since our last meeting, as far as the conversation that I brought forward about the public restroom, and I agree with the decision that we came up with to have our ad hoc committee address that in the future. But I feel like since then I've had a lot of discussions with business owners in that area, and the idea that we need to have a temporary fix until we have a more permanent solution has been brought forward several times to me, and the frustration that we're not prioritizing that temporary solution. And so I just wanted to bring that forward again tonight before we finalize this, that many of our businesses are very frustrated that that they're still dealing with the public restroom issue in our downtown area. And so I know that that's a big goal. And again, like I said, let's have the ad hoc committee look at that, but how can we find a temporary solution? And maybe that's something that we have brought back in the near future, or at least this year, on how we could temporarily solve the problem, or at least some ideas on how to do that.
Thank you. I agree. I think it'd probably be good with the design district, downtown design district.
So you're saying to task them with the temporary solution as well? Okay.
Councilmember Edwards, questions?
Well, I've had a couple things roaming around on my mind, if you will, and in conversations that I've had since our continuation. And I thought that ad hoc committee could cover some of what I'm going to put forward right now, but I just think it probably needs to be addressed in the goals properly. So, of course, considering and being respectful of the staff's time and workload, I have 2 additional action items that have overlap in housing as well as economic vitality goals. So where we place these, I'm not sure, but with the support of the council, I'd like to re-engage the conversation with the SLO Coastal Unified School District on the redevelopment of the Morrill Elementary School site, for staff to meet with their staff to explore and discuss possible future uses of the site, including but not exclusive to housing. The second one, with council's support, I'd like to put forward the development of a historic preservation ordinance for fiscal year 23-24 and to continue into 24-25, using the draft historic preservation ordinance prepared by the Historical Society of Morro Bay as a starting point. Ultimately, with the intent to seek grant money to create a historical inventory and register.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Landrum?
We're still going on with the questions over here. I wanted to know, let's see, I'll start with, well, I wanted to also ask about the grant writing. And are we including the concept of, for instance, the HAB has gotten really far, I guess, on grant writing for several different items. And they, I guess, hit a wall when they get to, there's a lack of communication or a difficulty moving beyond that point to get the information that's required from the city. And I am just wondering if we're including those kinds of options as well with the grant writing, which would be free.
You know, it's not my experience that cities use their advisory bodies to actually prepare grants. I think they're certainly useful in identifying the need and the opportunities, but
Well, is there any reason not to do that? I mean, if they're offering to do it and they've kind of made progress on it and they're just waiting for lacking information that they don't have, is there any reason not to do that?
You know, I'd have to check with our harbor director to see what the issue is and what the needs are. You know, I think it's a fairly complicated process that is time consuming both on the writing, but also the administration and the follow-up. And it's not typical that you would use a volunteer for that type of work.
Well, and also we had the lobbyists saying
Yes.
that they offered to do that as well. I mean, I just like the price of those kinds of things better than, you know, more expenses. Oh, I wanted to ask about, does someone want to go ahead? I can't find it right now.
Councilmember Barton, questions?
Here it is.
Not so much questions. I'm just thinking as I look at this list again, it is getting winnowed down and easier to read. And I don't want us to add too many more balls on the Christmas tree to maybe weigh it down. So that's just my thought. We've got a pretty good list here of things to be working on, and our chances of success are probably greater if we try and hold the line. So
I agree.
I found it. Okay, it's on Goal 1, Public Infrastructure, and the Complete Capital Needs Assessment. What is that including the waterfront master lease plan, or what does that encompass?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. It is not encompassing the item you mentioned. It's two separate capital assessments, one for parks and facilities and one for our harbor facilities. And so it's taking a look at our infrastructure in those three areas, identifying needs, and that's something that we would then take back to the City Council and determine a prioritization of capital projects that come out of those assessments.
So we would spend $610,000 to do this, to do those studies? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, these studies can cost a lot of money, unfortunately.
And we haven't already done these studies, like with the storm damage that we've had, we don't already have this information?
Not the same information that we'd be looking for in these assessments.
Would it not be a good idea to just use the information that we do have and save that money and you know, work with the obvious
Yeah, it's a good question.
problems?
In the example of stormwater, the information we do have is of a different nature that wouldn't be helpful for what we're looking for. So in the One Water plan, we did do a stormwater assessment that was approved by council in 2018. That assessment looked at capacity issues. So for example, it took information from the general plan on what full build out of the city would look like and essentially what size pipes we needed around town. But it never looked at the condition of those pipes. And as we see now, we have very old pipes that have opened up. That's been accelerated by the recent storms. And so again, this is just one area that we'd be looking at. But in the stormwater or the stormwater case, we'd want to look at the condition of all those pipes and determine which ones we should prioritize for replacement or some other alternative. And the assessment would help us with that.
I guess what I'm getting at is, to me, it makes more sense to fix the things that we know. If we only have a small amount of money, it makes more sense to fix the things that we know are pressing rather than doing more studies and then we don't do anything. You know, it just seems more like we would make more progress forward if we were to use that money in repairing rather than studying. But it's,
Okay, I hear that. I think what we're trying to do is strike a balance. The dilemma is if we don't have the information from assessments like these, it becomes hard to prioritize because we don't have all the information that we need to make decisions. So we may put our efforts in an area that may not be as important as something that we're not aware of yet because we didn't look at it, we didn't study it.
yeah, and we didn't do all of that. I mean, it just seems like you have to be really thorough to apply for those that FEMA money. Like, these things weren't done in that process?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that about the FEMA?
Haven't we applied for FEMA money for?
We've begun the process, yes.
And isn't that kind of redundant to these assessments in a way?
Oh, I understand. That's a good question. So the FEMA projects that we're proposing are areas of the city's infrastructure that have outright failed. And so, you know, we certainly want to address those with a high level of priority. The assessments would be looking at things that maybe are at risk of failure, and that's not something that would be captured under our FEMA projects.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. With that, I'll open public comment on item C2, and I have one speaker slip for Jeff Heller, please.
Thank you again. Regarding the public infrastructure and Councilmember Landrum's comment, I'm kind of in agreement that rather than spending more money on getting exact numbers for our capital needs, we need to educate the public in general, rough order of magnitude costs that I think are staggering. If we look at each piece, it's fine, but I really think we need a meeting with the community with numbers that we have now. The way I look at it, major infrastructure for the harbor, streets, which Rob Livick estimated when he was here at $30 million. One water plan that we paid $750,000 for has numbers associated with all the projects. We could use those numbers and throw public restroom number in there. These can be rough order of magnitude numbers that we need to start communicating to the community that this is what we have, and it's a big ask, and we need to start educating the community about what possible revenue sources we can use to nibble away at these costs. The numbers are not going to disappear. It's just going to get worse. So I'd like to see that kind of a focus, and I noted in my correspondence here that that kind of information we have now, and if by the end of this year we can start having community forums and talking about the rough numbers while we're also exploring better, clearly defined numbers, that's the direction we need to go on this. The other thing I want to hit on is goal number 3, action item 4, which has the statement that upzone Seashell Estates property for proposed housing project. I think this is putting the cart ahead of the horse. The Planning Commission is under enormous pressure now from these property owners to upzone the property, yet they have not submitted a complete plan to even clarify exactly what that upzone would mean. Public comment at the Planning Commission has basically said, let's look at possible upzone for this property for a proposed housing project or other uses. It's not really a good fit right now, what's being proposed, and I think this action needs to be modified. The language needs to be modified to reviewing possible options for its use. Lastly, I want to comment that the deed-restricted affordable housing is the way to go. A meeting that I had late when I was still on the council with Scott Graham, Scott Collins, and the CEO of People Self-Help Housing. He was very interested in the idea of using small city parcels and combining it into one package so that it would meet the interest of the investors who get tax incentives off of that kind of a deal. So that meeting is something that could be scheduled any time, and I think that's the way we can move quickly to achieving our affordable housing goals. Oh, I made it under 3 minutes. Thank you.
Where is all the money? Terry Simons again. One of the black holes of our economic analysis continues to be the harbor and the harbor's insatiable appetite for funds and our inability to feed that fund. At the risk of not just stepping on, but walking down the third rail of local politics, I think that it's time to take serious consideration about how we subsidize our local fishing industry. Now, I know there are a lot of fans of the fishing industry, but I think one of the things that I'd like to see evaluated is we have boats that we provide subsidized moorings and/or slips in this area. I'd like to, very much like the woman was talking about the vacation rentals, I'd like to see the amount of tonnages of landed fish in our local community that provides a revenue stream for our local community generated by those fishing boats. A lot of those boats go all the way to Alaska, and it's unrealistic to think that they offload their fish back in Morro Bay. I'm fairly confident that they offload in the closest port that'll pay a reasonable price. And so those ports basically benefit from the revenue stream from boats that we're subsidizing here to fish in their waters so that they can get the revenue gains that we don't get. I don't know that we have a fishery here in Estero Bay or reasonable proximity to where fish can be landed here. Port San Luis is basically gone. That used to be a major landing point for offshore fish. It's done. Morro Bay is rapidly approaching that. I can't think of the last time I saw major offloading of fish in Morro Bay. The crab industry is suffering. I think we need to take a real hard look at additional revenue streams for the harbor and how we're going to fund the needed improvements. I know there's a lot of public resistance to supporting the offshore wind farm facilities needed to support those potential revenue generators. But I think it may be the next generation of Morro Bay to be a supportive community to a new form of revenue to the city, and that's in supporting offshore wind. I think the days of Morro Bay as a romantic fishing village are behind us, and I think they've been behind us for a long time. And it's only those who choose to drive looking in the rearview mirror that feel the need to consider continuing the subsidies that a very few number of boats enjoy. And I'd really like to know how many tons of fish they bring into our local market. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cal Myers. I do some volunteer work for the Harbor Advisory Board, so I'm trying to speak as a citizen. But one of the things during the April 5th goal setting, we did to get the waterfront master plan as a goal, at least at that cut. I didn't make it to the 11th session. I don't know if I didn't make it. But I think it addresses a lot of, it has the potential to address a lot of the topics that I hear at City Council, that we've heard here tonight. You know, we talked about the big pleasure boat that came in there. We've talked about the cruise ships that come in. So what does the harbor and the waterfront look like from a master lease? What happens to the intake building? Again, the fishing industry. What happens to that? It can answer that question and get a community involvement, just like we did with the master plan for the whole city. So I would like to see that added as a goal. It's not my decision, but I do get to provide input as a citizen here, a citizen of Morro Bay. There's a couple other topics that come up as the state park marina. Should that be underneath the harbor department? The inn at Morro Bay, there's a big collapsed wall there. What should that look like? And again, it gives an opportunity to address that and what our harbor and waterfront should look like going forward. Thank you.
Evening again, Betty Winholtz. I'm just going to go through the goals 1 through 4. with some brief comments. You may have already read my email, but for the public's sake, goal number 1, I agree with Mr. Heller and Ms. Landrum that I think we need to stop assessing and start working on things that we know about. And I would point out that Measure Q and E were not passed to make Morro Bay more attractive, but were passed to fill in those gaps where we need them. Regarding goal number 2, the grant writing, it seems to me if we contract with a grant writing company, as they write the grants, don't they get a piece or percentage of that grant? So is it really going to be $100,000, or is that just the initial fee and then we'll see some revenue come back from that? I don't know that altogether about grant writing and how that process would work, but apparently we're going to look into that. I believe paid parking is a mistake. I'll just throw that out there. I'm wondering what we get for the $50,000 when we belong to the county program under goal number 3. And is that something that we actually are homeless or unhoused in Morro Bay benefit from? Or is there something that we should be doing with that $50,000 on our own here in Morro Bay? And then finally, goal number 4, when you talk about community engagement and spending $75,000 to do social media, I think that's a real waste, in my opinion. That's not the kind of information that the people want or need from you. What we need is for you to tell us what's going on and to tell us in a timely fashion so we can do our homework and give you experience and feedback. And I'm just going to use as an example of that the next item on your agenda regarding the connector between Morro Bay and Cayucas, how the content of that decision, which you're not meeting on tonight, but just whether or not to consolidate, but the content of that has been shifted. And we don't know that. And it just came out in PWAB last week. So that's the kind of place that I think residents get concerned about when we don't know what's going on. It's not that we need for you to text us on social media. We need information, whether you do that on Hot Topics or whether you do that through our water bills or whether you do that in a newspaper ad. I don't think you need to spend $75,000 to help us feel involved. I believe Ms. Edwards had talked about during her campaign having neighborhood meetings, and maybe that's something that needs to happen here that is no cost. So I would question spending that money. And then regarding the issues that came up about grant writing, let me say this about Coleman Beach because it was called out here. I want to remind you that Measure D goes from Beach Street all the way out to the Rock. And I'm not sure that the grants and the kind of ideas that have been generated in the last city council or now actually meet those standards, and you may be off base in turning that into kind of a performance area. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else, excuse me, for public comment on this item? AGP?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council for more comments and questions and/or. And would you like to start, Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do have 2 questions. One is regarding, I would just, I heard the comment about what is the $50,000 for when it comes to participating in the 5-year strategic plan for homelessness. Mr. Carpenter, do you mind clarifying where, I know I see a question mark, so I know we don't really, it seems like maybe there's.
Those are actually 2 separate items, and maybe we didn't clarify it. We're continuing participation in the county's effort is one piece, and then Jason Holland, our homeless services coordinator, I know that's not his exact title, is the other piece. And I think we are just waiting to pin down his budget number for next year. Okay. But that's what the $50,000 approximately is.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, thank you. And then my second question, it's just counting here that 19 out of the 27 actionable items are our community development and department. And I'm just, I guess my question is for Mr. Graham. There's a lot here for your department to tackle. And I just want to ask you how realistic it is for us to accomplish all of these.
Well, I think several of those items are shared among other departments. It's not just community development. So I think that helps. There's multiple folks working on it, so that's spreads the wealth, if you will.
Yeah, there's a few.
Other than that, I mean, it's a 2-year goal process. So I think we're good. We're okay. If it wasn't, I'd be saying something.
Okay.
So we would have brought that forward if I was concerned. So I'm not, given it's a 2-year process, and I do have help from others.
Okay. I just wanted to check in on you and just make sure, because I know our team is always willing to do what we task you with, and I just want to make sure that we're not tasking you with unrealistic amount of goals here. So that's really my only questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, for Mr. Graham, I was with the 2 action items that I put forward. I spoke with you with regard to those 2 action items in depth, and I just want to follow up with Councilmember Ford's question. Do you think that having those additional action items would be too much to add to your workload?
So the one item you brought forward was the historic preservation ordinance. We have, fortunately, we have a draft that was provided to us by the Historic Society. So that's a good starting point. From there, we have a subcommittee of our Planning Commission that's sort of interested in working on that. So it wouldn't all just be like staff, it would be work with the city's planning commission subcommittee to start that process. So I think that's probably fine. As far as the other item, engage the school district interim city manager. Myself will be meeting with them in a couple of weeks. We're already starting that process. Actually, we confirmed meeting dates today, I think. So I think we're meeting with them on the 9th or something like that. But anyway, yeah. So we're already doing that. So we're already starting that process.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Barton?
Well, I'll just comment that that sounds great, that there's some movement starting to happen on that project, so thank you.
Councilmember Landrum?
We're
Comments or questions? Yes, comments.
I do have questions about the paid parking. I would like to know, where do we, before we move forward with this, where are we? Like, or, do we know, or?
The prior city council directed the city manager to work with Walker Parking Consultants to develop a pilot program for just the Embarcadero. The consultant has prepared that draft for the pilot for just the Embarcadero. On April 5th, there was some conversation about maybe taking half a step back with the new council and looking at the broader issue and having the consultant Walker come in and make a presentation on, I think, just the questions you're asking.
Right.
Where are we at? What are our options?
To me, that sounds like a really good idea, especially if we're talking about spending more money. And as Mr. Myers brought up, we still don't have our master plan for the harbor. And it seems like that would be a good place to start before we decide what we're going to do with anything there. I mean, that seems kind of essential to me, actually.
So this one, I guess, is on me. I'm waiting for some direction from the council on the strategic plan, and then I'll engage with Walker, and we'll schedule and plan from there.
Okay, so I think we should consider that, adding that, or, I think that's pretty important before we move forward with the harbor. Anything on the Embarcadero.
Any other comments right now?
Also, the Seashells Estates property stuff, I know that was prior goals, but it was not brought up in our current goals, and it sounds like there's other things that are wanting to be added. Maybe we put that on the back burner, or I don't know. It's just a thought.
So I guess maybe the best thing for us to do right now might be to just get some council consensus on a few of these items to see what we're going to add on, leave in, drop off real quickly, so we can try and move through this. And just start with goal 1, public infrastructure. If we're all there, I think for me, and then you can chime in, the only thing a couple things that come to my attention is maybe having some sort of deadline on the assessment so it doesn't drag out forever. And really, for me, it's about being cognizant of the costs all the way along, because it's a lot of money to be spending that could actually be going to the projects themselves. So I want to make sure that we really look at the cost of another assessment, because I agree that money could be put into actionable items. And on the new and updated council chambers, I know for me that's, and listed on here is things that'll be over the next few years for us, but I would like to make a priority of the AV upgrades, regardless of the rest of the project, if council's supportive of that. Yes, no?
Are we going through this one by one?
I'm going to
We're
do
gonna, like,
goal number
vote
1, goal
and then
number
vote?
2,
Okay.
goal number 3, goal number 4, yes. So with that, does anyone else have anything to goal number 1?
I would encourage us to strike the capital needs assessment and just go with what we have. And that's one less thing to spend money on, because we know a lot of what we need to work on.
So I'll look for other council desire to leave in or take out. Yes, no? No? Oh.
No.
So are we leaving it in? Is that what you're saying? I need some sort of definitive.
I mean, based on the budget information, it just seems like money is such a critical factor. Why would we want to spend more money to figure out other things that we need to work on when we already have a pretty good idea of what the pressing needs are?
Can we refer to Mr. Kwolek as far as, could you give us just the top maybe couple of reasons why this would be needed versus going straight to projects we already are aware of?
Sure, I'll do my best. We certainly have a lot of projects that we're already aware of that are budgeted that we don't always have the capacity to work on. There's no question about that. And staff is working on those projects as we can. A capital assessment, in my view, would give us some objectivity to what our needs are. Right now, we're shooting from the waist on what's important and what's not. And of course, you know, a broken storm drain in a sinkhole is an emergency priority, and we can fix those. But once those are fixed, you know, what's next? So one thing that the capital assessments would do is create an opportunity for us to have a public process and engage the public on, okay, here are the needs that have been identified in these assessments, and how do we prioritize these? And I believe there's some value to that, just based on what I understand the council goals to be with regards to public engagement. And so we could do that with capital projects. Once those projects are identified and prioritized, we could also talk realistically about what our capital needs are in terms of a dollar amount. Right now, we don't really have that except for our roads. Many cities will be able to say that there's a $300 million need for capital work. We would just be guessing in the case of Morro Bay. So we've never done those kinds of conditions assessments or had a look at what the capital needs are. Again, the One Water Plan, which I've heard referenced a couple times this meeting, is a good document, but it's focused on capacity. It's not really looking at the condition of our infrastructure. And right now, the issue that we're seeing is with the condition of our infrastructure. So we don't know, you know, what we don't know. There's a lot of stuff underground that, you know, we're not sure when it's going to fail. What we do know from the One Water Plan is based on build out of the city, you know, we should enhance a pipe to, you know, by 4 inches in diameter, but we don't know what the condition of that pipe is. So that would be the purpose of the assessments as well.
So can I ask one more question? So to get even more clarification, in your experience, would spending the $610,000 possibly save us money in the long run if we were to make sure that we're assessing versus reaction to each thing that breaks down as we go along the road?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ford. I would argue that yes, I would point to the Elena storm drain as a prime example of that. We spent around $500,000 fixing it, and that's not counting any pending claims against the city as a result of that. That probably could have been fixed by an $80,000 liner 10 years ago, but no one knew. And we wouldn't have known. And so what we don't want to be in a position, in my view as Public Works Director, and I feel obligated to share this with the council, we don't want to be in a position where we learn about issues when they fail. We want to get ahead of that. And the only way to do that is to have a professional go in and take a look at what the needs are, do professional evaluations, and then provide us with that information. So then now we could bring it to the public, we could bring it to the PWAB, and to the city council and talk about it and how do we prioritize it so that we can make those repairs earlier and hopefully save money rather than dealing with these big emergency failures that we see.
Thank you.
So that's 610,000 less that we're able to use on things. And my understanding with the Elena Street storm drain was that it was known and on the schedule for a long time. It was just kept being postponed and postponed and postponed.
Is that a question?
Well, yeah, maybe.
A comment?
If I may add, Mayor and Councilmember Landrum, that it was known once it failed. And then there was some time because of some capacity issues and staff turnover that it didn't get all the attention it needed right away. So it took a couple of years to handle. I'll just say that the project is almost done now, which is good. But in that case, it's not something that was known until it already failed and we already had a home that may or may not have been, structurally threatened.
Aren't there several projects like that are known that are waiting, that need to be fixed, or they'll end up like that, or possibly end up like that, with storm drains and sewer pipes and et cetera?
Yes, and for the most part, those have some level of funding already, and so staff is progressing through those projects.
Thank you, Mr. Kwolek. I think that hopefully, maybe our hope will be that this will help us get some grant funding too once we identify some of these projects. And I do see the timeline here is that it'd be complete before the end of the year. So I'll expect that we'll have that information and be able to utilize that implementing projects. Any other questions on Goal 1? Comments on Goal 1? Moving on to Goal 2. Economic vitality. I would want to add that Cal, just to address your question about the waterfront master plan, it is included under goal number 2, climate action and waterfront master plan, so it is included in there. Maybe you didn't see it under that little caveat, but that's where we look at grant opportunities for that. And I know that was part when speaking with the community development director, it's part of the climate resiliency that we can look at grant funding for. Any changes here? Anything anyone wants to add or take off or address under economic vitality? No, I have two. One is the review of city-owned properties strategy and optimizing use and revenues. I'd like to look at, for our rentals and things, potentially looking at as an action item, a commercial realtor or something to take a load off of our community development director who's not a realtor, if we're going to continue to have commercial rentals. And two, I'm going to ask a biggie, because I don't see it as economic vitality. I would like to remove the review of the Vista proposed battery project application, because the battery project application is not economic vitality. It is a utility project. It doesn't talk about anything else redevelopment-wise of that property, just strictly that project. And I don't really see that necessarily fitting under economic vitality, and I would entertain input from any of you on that.
I would support that.
Are you wanting it removed completely from goals or just put in a different category?
Well, I don't know that there's a different category at this point, so I'd like to just remove it until we could readdress where it might be. It's not going away, but I don't see it as an economic vitality item on our goals. I just feel like it's misplaced. Yes, no?
Are you wanting a yes on both suggestions, or?
Well, the one is the commercial realtor, and yeah, I mean, I'm fine either way, but I just want to remove this from economic vitality.
I support both of the suggestions.
Unless you could tell me why we would leave it on there.
I don't have any reason. I'm curious why it is there.
Yeah.
No, and I mean, if there is an explanation, I'd love to hear it from staff, but,
It was on it from previous goals.
okay, so it's just a continuation. I'm fine with removing that. I'm also supportive of the realtor.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, we would make those two adjustments. Any others that you would like to include with item number 2? To my left? To my right?
Just to be sure that we clarify the parking study, just that we're going to have the presentation before we move forward with that, because again, I think it's really important to.
Yeah, I think that was what they shared with us.
Okay.
I think we're good with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 3, housing and homelessness. I'm guessing this might be where, if council consensus, we would want to put the historical preservation ordinance using the existing work. Is that where we would be looking for that? Mr. Carpenter?
It can be in multiple places. I think that makes sense, yeah.
Housing?
'Cause there are historic commercial buildings as well, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, we didn't have a separate section, so I was just looking under housing.
Could also be community engagement, right? Maybe that's cleaner.
You want it under community engagement instead?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, well, we'll leave it off there for now. And there was a question on language on the seashell upzoning was to add the word review possible upzoning of seashell estate properties rather than just upzone, but to review.
Well, I think it should be removed altogether since it was never even brought up in our goals. But if I don't have a consensus for that, then I would for sure agree to that.
I think it was a carryover for our housing requirements. Pardon?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. But is everyone okay with adding that review possible upzoning language to add those 2 words?
And which one is that?
It's on housing.
Okay. Back up here. Get to the
So
right
are you asking to review what was already vote? What exactly are you asking
Well,
for?
the item before us is to upzone Seashell Estate property for proposed housing project or other uses. That's a carryover from last year.
Yeah, my understanding was last year, the council directed the city manager to go out and sort of proactively meet with property owners and promote this as a concept, but in the meantime, the property owners has actually filed an application that the Planning Commission has done a conceptual review on.
Yeah, it was a preliminary application, that's correct. And it is a legacy item from the last goal-setting process.
Right.
A carryover, basically.
And wasn't it rejected?
It was not rejected, no. We received input from the Planning Commission.
Well, it was sent back with.
They gave direction. It was a conceptual review. I mean, it's a pretty typical process we go through.
Yeah, I'm not looking to remove it, I'm just looking to add. Huh? For the, review, possible upzone. I think it leaves us,
I think that more accurately reflects your role now that an application has been filed.
yeah. Yes? You're good with that? Good with that? Okay, thank you. Anything else anyone wants to add in there? adjust, add?
So I would like to go back to the historical ordinance. I know, Mr. Carpenter, you said it'd be cleaner to have, not historical, was it the historical?
Historical preservation.
Under community engagement. Can you explain why that's the best, or the cleanest option?
Well, I think that the request came from the community to do this. I think that telling the story of the history of the city through its structures is sort of a community communication.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
It might feed in, Councilmember Ford, it might feed into the idea of the workshops and the, the advisory board meetings and those things that we're trying to do, that connectivity. So that I guess when you put it that way, that kind of makes sense. So moving on to goal number 4. So are we looking to put the historical preservation ordinance there then? Is everyone good with that?
I have a little change, if we could maybe add to the verbiage of the first one.
Wait, hang on one second. Can we do that on that item?
Yeah,
Can we get
on-
consensus on the historical
okay.
part
I thought we
first?
did.
I just want to make sure we're good with that, everyone? So we'll take the historical preservation ordinance that was originated from the Historical Society and use as our base document. Moving forward on that, thank you. And I'm sorry, Councilmember
No,
Landrum.
that's fine. I would like to see if we could change the verbiage to leverage partnerships with Chamber, Visit Morro Bay, and other event hosts to include local service club and community organizations.
Just for more inclusivity, is
Yeah,
what
for
you're
more
looking for?
inclusivity.
I'm fine with
First
that.
one.
She wanted to add
And
line 1, leverage partnerships. She wanted to add, what'd you say, service clubs? and-
Service, local service
Community
clubs and community
organizations.
organizations.
Yeah.
And then regarding the social media communication plan for $75,000, I personally am not on social media or Nextdoor or anything like that, so it wouldn't help me, and I feel like there's a lot of people like me, so there's a lot of people that are on it, but then there's a lot of people that aren't, and I don't think it's necessary to live in a city that you need to be on social media. And so maybe we could focus more on the newsletters and the newspaper, the other
Yeah, I think the
methods.
intent was to be multimodal there. So I think we just strike social media and just say communications plan and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I just add to that? I remember specifically during the April 5th goal setting that I think it was with regard to us talking about ways to better our communication, and then the survey happened, and I think social media came up as being the highest one that people in our community use to gain information. So there was something to that effect. So I think that's where the conversation started, and I remember that, so.
So are we good? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to add to that being said, the idea is to also consider the extra work that it would impose on our staff if we didn't have someone in charge of that, asking them to constantly update on all the different forums, including social media. And so I think the idea is to bring back some sort of service or somebody that could convey that or perform that service of communication.
However it's performed, whether it's social media or including a
And I
mailer.
think, and I would advocate for the digital era, both for the newsletters that are sent out and the alerts and those sorts of things through our website. But I also think that whether you consider it fortunate or unfortunate, a lot of all ages, all demographics do rely on social media for their facts acts and their notifications of what's happening in the city. And so I think it's important that we move along into this newer generation of those who rely on those types of resources. And so I think being accessible to all different people who rely on different ways of their communication, and I think it's important. To put all our eggs in one basket, I think would be a disservice to our community. And so I think spreading the love and doing it in different ways, including social media and other ways, is important.
Do we have social media?
We do, and currently our staff members in their spare time throw things up, that are, but it takes time. It takes time to create a post, to monitor the posts, all those sorts of things. And so there's a lot more to than just throwing information out there. So I think that's something that we should certainly consider when we are in communication. And I think you had brought up earlier to Councilmember Lundrum that maybe we could just hire an intern or somebody that would be cheap, or but I always recommend using a professional when it comes to our communications, and however that looks. So that's just my 2 cents.
I agree.
So we're saying it's not just social media. It's
all media.
It's inclusive to all people.
Yes.
Yeah.
So with that, Mr. Carpenter, do you feel comfortable with the information you've received that we can go ahead and make a motion on this?
The only thing we didn't pin down was the elementary school, which.
Yeah, and I don't know is it premature to put it as a goal at this point before we've
Maybe,
even
yeah.
had a conversation with them? I just don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse.
We are pursuing the conversation with the district to find out
Yeah.
what their intent is, and we can work from.
Work from there.
Yeah, we can work from there.
Thank you.
And Dana, you're pointing.
I'd come up once before.
Yeah.
And so how are we addressing the capital needs assessment?
We already did.
Oh, so we just vote on everything, or?
The goals
Okay.
as a whole.
Just because I don't agree with that, but.
We're voting on the goal package. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, I will entertain a motion. Okay, I guess that's me then. I'll entertain. Go ahead, Cindy. Thank you.
I'd like to motion the city council continue discussion and adopt the proposed city council goals, goal statements, and action items
With the changes listed.
with the changes listed tonight.
Thank you, and I'll second that. Are we good, City Clerk? Good, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edward?
Yes?
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, and thank you to the staff for all your work on this and putting those numbers in, and, thank you, Ms. Swanson. I know you've been kind of spearheading all the social media to this point, so hopefully we can get you a little relief. I know it's been a collaborative effort with staff, so thank you for that. With that, we are going to move on to C3, and hopefully we have 30 minutes. Good luck to us. Okay, I'm going to turn this over, C3, to Mr. Kwolek.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council. Tonight, there's a recommendation to approve the application of a coastal development permit that's consolidated with the County of San Luis Obispo to the California Coastal Commission for the Morro Bay to Cayucos Trail Connector Project. I'll keep my statements brief. I really just want to tee up Elizabeth Kavanaugh, who's a planner in Parks and Rec at the county. But I'll just say that this trail has been around for about 15 years as a concept. The county has been working on it for quite a while, and then recently did obtain some grant funds for construction. And so part of this trail does go through the city, and that's outlined in the staff report. We did take this item to PWAB last week. There also is some history of community engagement with, or I'll say public engagement, with going to a PWAB meeting in the past, as well as a planning commission meeting, and it was also taken to the city council some 10 years ago or so as well. But after Elizabeth gives her presentation on what the project is, I'll give an overview of comments that were made at the PWAB meeting last week. And then if there's any questions, we'd be happy to take from the council. So Elizabeth, you can take it away.
Mr. Kwolek, how long's the presentation?
About 10 minutes.
Okay.
At the most. Thank
Okay.
you.
We're not going to get through this, so, okay. Thank you. Good evening.
I'll be as brief as I can. I just want to mention that we're not asking for money, and we will bring some money into your community with this project. I'm here to represent the Morro Bay to Cayucas Connector Trail. This is a trail that will, let's see how that goes, that will connect Morro Bay and Cayucas with 1 mile new construction on Dog Beach, what we call Dog Beach. And then there will be some additional sharrows within the community of Morro Bay. We've got a big bridge crossing Toro Creek, and it'll be part of the coastal trail. Oops, wrong way there. This is one of your top priorities in your bicycle master plan. We did just recently, as of late last year, receive a $4.7 million active transportation grant to construct this project. So that has been tremendous news for us. We're at the point where we're looking for consolidated permit, coastal permit. And the reason why we're looking for that is because when we have 2 different permit approvals, that gets pretty complicated in implementing the project. So if the city of Morro Bay has one condition of approval, we have another condition of approval. When I go to Regional Water Board and Fish and Game and Army Corps, it gets very convoluted in those permitting processes. Also, it's a time saver so that we can meet that deadline of the grant. I'm going to put my glasses on, just make sure I mention everything here. Yeah, and so I wanted to mention that these meetings that we're having this week or this month are our public outreach to try and receive comments and hear what the local folks say before we go to Coastal Commission, so that if it is indeed the consolidated permits approved, that your community, Cayucas is already, Cayucas Advisory Council has already recommended that we go through consolidated permitting. So they've had their chance, so now this is your chance. We hope to construct this trail in the end of 25 and into 2026. Briefly, I'll show you this trail. It starts at Cloisters. Do we have a little? Well, it starts at Cloisters in the existing Class 1 trail system that you already have. You can connect on to downtown Morro Bay and the Embarcadero from there with Morro Bay's great bike system. We'll be going down Beachcomber through your existing sharrows that are already designated as such. And then we'll be creating new sharrows on Yerba Buena and Toro Lane. At that, the new construction begins at North Point Natural Center, meanders beyond Dog Beach, and then on to Studio Drive in Cayucas, where you can go on to downtown Cayucas or 24th Street Beach there. This is what the road improvements will look like on your streets and along also Studio Drive. There'll be a sharrow painted. There may be some striping to kind of coordinate people when they're coming and going, and a few wayfinding signs. Toro Lane has come up as an item here, and so I wanted to address it before you made your decision. Way back in 2010, when we did the environmental impact for this project, it was originally on, in that segment on the Highway 1 right-of-way. About 2015, as we got money and started doing design on this project, we realized that Toro Lane was a much safer access way for the bike trail. So you can see the dark blue is the old alignment and the light blue is the new alignment along Toro Lane. Just a quick graphic of what the plans look like now for the North Point Natural area. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about why Toro Lane versus Highway 1. This came up a lot at the Public Works Advisory Council. Toro Lane has low traffic volumes, it has low traffic speeds, and it's mostly level, just to start off with. So all those make for a much better bike trail. Versus Highway 1 has high traffic volumes, high traffic speeds, and at this area, it ramps up pretty high to get up to that right-of-way at Toro Lane. So my thought was that most folks, even if we were to provide this trail in Toro Lane, will take the path of least resistance, or excuse me, provide it on Highway 1, they would take the path of least resistance, which is the flat, level Toro Lane. But to continue on with my discussion here, Toro Lane has a pretty fair amount of pedestrian use recently, and so currently, so that's something that differs from Highway 1. Most bicyclists and pedestrians will not use the trail if it's on Highway 1 because the whole goal of this project is to get people separated from Highway 1 and out there biking and walking. And then, yeah, so let's just do that. So another idea that was floated around at the Public Works Advisory Council was just build a wall on the right-of-way on Highway 1 and everything would be fine. And I didn't have a chance to address that, but Coastal Commission really doesn't like walls blocking coastal view. And the red line here that you see is the extension of a wall that was shown in the EIR that was required when we were building it in the right-of-way. And we extended it because it wasn't required at the Toro Lane area, it was required further down. I just extended that wall out to show you that that would block coastal views and that would make that a very tough project to get through Coastal Commission. These are some profiles of our trail. We are at a collaborative process. We've been working for 15 years with the city, Caltrans, all these other players. And we will continue to be collaborative. We have already made a commitment to go back to PWAB at 90% plan so that they have an opportunity to chime in. We've been collaborative from day one, and we will continue to be collaborative. I wanted to point out that I dropped this on your desk. I just got it in this afternoon. This is a memo from the Central Coast Transportation Consulting. After PWAB, it became obvious to me that it wasn't clear that Toro Lane was safer than Highway 1 to some people, so I thought I would get a professional in to chime in on that. Some of their comments, just to quickly point out, is in the bottom paragraph on page 1, it says, greater safety attracts more bicyclists, resulting in cycling conditions overall. Multiple studies show that the pressure of bikeways, particularly low-stress connective bikeways, positively correlates with increased bicycling. That's the goal of this project, is to get folks out bicycling and using the pedestrian and walking in between Morobay and Cayucos, where today we don't see much activity that way. And then we have the conclusion here on the backside that talks about Toro Lane is a low-speed, low-volume residential road with no collision history that's suitable for the bikeway, and that it is a far better alternative to Highway 1. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that it is a safer pathway. And I have copies for this for anyone who needs it. And any questions?
Mayor, if I may just piggyback off of that and kind of complete the item
Absolutely.
For your deliberation. So we did bring this item to the PWAB last week. I wanted to share some of the comments made by PWAB members. This is my paraphrasing of their comments, but there were concerns about the width from the PWAB of Toro Lane and accommodating a new use for the existing easement. There were some questions about whether or not Caltrans standards were being met, but we did point out that this project is only at a 30% design right now. There was a question about, the kind of legal question between the HOA and also the county and the city, which is referred to also in the staff report. Then there were comments that the consolidated permit was a reasonable approach. There was a comment that the project would present a benefit to the community, though design and safety issues should be worked out, and that the county should bring the 90% designs back to the PWAB, as Elizabeth said. There was generally support for the consolidated permit for the Toro Lane route, but there was acknowledgement that the route along Toro Lane is the lesser of two evils, really, and that the worst option, however, would be to lose the opportunity altogether. So those were some comments that came up, and the county did commit to coming back to the PWAB with a 90% design to ensure that, if this trail is going along Toro Lane, that the safety issues would be addressed. I also want to mention that there is a constituent that brought up a question about whether or not there would be additional public engagement opportunities if the city and the county were to go separate ways on the permit. Our response is it's possible there may be an additional hearing, but it is also likely that the Coastal Commission would hear the hearing at the same time, and maybe even with the same staff report. So it certainly wouldn't be a guarantee. From the city's perspective, this is much preferable to have a consolidated permit because it allows the county to be the lead agency with the Coastal Commission. This is not a city project. It does affect the city, but it's not our project. And filing our own coastal development permit through the Coastal Commission would take away from staff resources to do other things. And that's why staff is recommending that the City Council approve that consolidated permit. So that ends my comments. We'll take any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. You're going to stay for questions?
I'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, Council, I'm going to ask for consensus to go past 9:30 this evening, 30 minutes? Yes, yes? Yes? Okay, so we have consensus to go up to 30 minutes past. So we can see if we can address this. Council questions to staff? No questions at this time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, took me a second. I do have a question regarding the width of Toro Lane and if there is parking allowed on that stretch of road. Just trying to wrap my head around what the dangers might be. I know that our community members that live on that street brought the concern that, it's dangerous to pull out. And I'm just wondering, and before you answer that, I want to back it up with where I live. I live on one of the streets that currently is the bike path. And mind you, it is a wider street. However, we have parking on both sides. And so there's a lot of blind spots. However, I feel as though it's never really been an issue. But I'm curious, is there a difference with Toro Lane as far as how much distance they have, and are there obstacles that could create dangers?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ford. You'll certainly hear a variety of different opinions on that question tonight. I believe the roadway width on Toro Lane, at least on the private part of it, is 20 feet. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure I'll be corrected on that. There is no parking on either side of that stretch that's allowed. It's actually red curbed, except I think there's a turnout in one area for parking, but that the width there is obviously wider. I did see that someone spray painted over the city's red curb today with some gray spray paint. You can still see the red paint underneath, so we'll go ahead and correct that, but that's on the city side. So there is parking permitted on one side of the road there, but the roadway is already wider in that location. So I'm not sure how to comment on your observation. I would agree with you. I think one difference also, besides there not being parking on both sides of the road in Toro Lane, is that generally folks that are exiting their driveways on Toro Lane are only going in one direction. whereas on these other city roads, they might be backing up left or right. And so that may be one difference.
So, okay, so a follow-up question to that. Because the road that I live on has been this path, and as you mentioned, there's two-way traffic, there's parking on both sides, and there really doesn't seem to be an issue with cyclists and dog walkers and all the things that come through there. My question is, has there been any major concerns that have been raised by the current people that have the path that's designated in front of their homes, like Sandalwood and those areas that currently are kind of that designated path? Has there been any major concerns raised by those residents up until this time?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ford. I'm going to restate your question, maybe get a head nod, and then I'll answer. What I'm hearing your question to be is, have we received any concerns from folks that are along the existing bike route on Sandalwood and Beachcomber about safety, backing out, and that sort of thing? And if that's the question, then the answer is no. We have not heard those kinds of complaints.
You got that question exactly right. Thank you. No, that's my only questions for now. Thank you.
Can I ask, how long has that bike path on Beechwood and Sandalwood been in now?
It's funny, I was talking to the individual who authored our bike and ped plan that was put together in 2011, and I had that same question. And we think it dates back to at least 1997 when there was a circulation element updated. It may have been there even longer than that. So at least 25 years, we think. We'd have to do more research to truly know.
Thank you.
We're not deciding whether that road is being, we're just deciding whether we consolidate the permit, right? We're not deciding whether that road is appropriate or not.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. That's true, but I would say perhaps someone's opinion about whether or not the Torah Lane alignment is proper or not may play into their decision about whether to do a consolidated permit application.
For me, it's more of the community engagement aspect. You know, not so much, I think it's great to, you know, have a bike path, but I wouldn't want to deny the community the opportunity to, well, that makes me nervous. So.
If I may just add to that, the purpose of the PWAB meeting in this meeting was for that community engagement. And we did invite all the folks from Torah Lane to both meetings by mail. You know, the staff has met with, and county staff has met with the folks that would be impacted on Torah Lane. And then there will also be an opportunity at the Board of Supervisors meeting when, and I'm going to get a head nod on that, that the county staff will have to take this to a Board of Supervisors meeting after the city's decision. There would be a public engagement opportunity at that point that could involve residents from Morro Bay. And then, of course, there would be, this item would be heard at a Coastal Commission meeting.
And where would that be located? Do we know?
I don't have an answer to that.
We can't ensure that it would be a local Coastal Commission meeting?
I would defer to Scott Graham.
I mean, not typically. They're scheduled to have them out. It would just depend on what hearing they had. It, you know, where they had it. I mean, sometimes they do try when there's controversial issues to have them in the local area, but they do also take public comment via Zoom. So they are running a kind of hybridized meeting like we are.
Are we good? This, I'll open public comment. I have speaker slips to start out with. Rick Ellison and Helene Finger. Rick, thank you. Helene.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Rick Ellison. I'm the Executive Director of Bike Slow County, formally known as the San Luis Obispo County Bicycle Coalition. The reason I say that, I usually don't do that in public, make that distinction, but one of your former leaders and leaders for this community was a founder of my organization, Red Davis. And as I stand here today, I stand I believe in the support that Red would have provided if he were here. He was a mentor to me in my early days taking on this role, and reading some articles just a few minutes ago, saw that some things that he authored in the local paper back in 2015 about this particular link, not Toro Lane, but specifically the Morro Bay Cayucas connector. I'm here obviously to support staff's recommendation for the consolidated coastal permit and that proceed. This project has been in the works, as was stated, for more than 15 years. I saw some early data that showed that it was 2004 is when it was first, there were some first discussions. And I know things have changed, but there's been a lot of engagement. I've been at Chamber of Commerce meetings. I've been at other advisory groups where this program has been presented. I'm appreciative to the City Council. I'm appreciative to SLOCOG, County Parks, Caltrans, so many stakeholders and community members who have provided input for many years. The $7.4 million grant that the Transportation Commission gave is like winning a jackpot. And I think we need to make sure that we move ahead with this project, as has been planned for many years, so that it can impact the vulnerable users, the children, the families, those that want to, the tourists that want to commute from Morro Bay to Cayucas. This is a great project. It will support all of the goals of our bike plans, and I encourage you to approve the consolidated coastal permit. Thank you.
Good evening again. My name again is Helene Finger, and I own a home on Yerba Buena Street, and I've been waiting for years for this project. And I have seen how the county has engaged with the local community for many, many years on this project. I watched the January 19th, 2021 Morro Bay Planning Commission meeting where this project was presented and discussed extensively, and I appreciated the thoughtful discussion of the Toro Lane alignment at that public meeting. And I agreed with the unanimous support from the Planning Commission for the off-highway alignment. The project was developed and revised through community input, and it will continue to have the opportunity for community to input on this project going forward with a consolidated permit. It will just make it less expensive for the city to have this wonderful amenity for our community. And the description of it being safer, being off highway, I will 100% agree with. Separating people walking and biking from Highway 1 is safer for everyone. And so I just echo what was said before, and please concur with staff recommendations to authorize a consolidated permit, which is the item in front of you on this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jim Schuler, followed by Gary Havis.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Jim Schuler. I'm an owner of a home on Toro Lane. And all the owners on Toro Lane in the North Point Home Association are in favor of this project. We love it. We've been in favor of it from the very beginning. The only concern we have is when it got changed into our street. We own that street. We paid for the street. We maintain the street. We have liability insurance for that street. It's a private street. But there's a public easement, and that public easement is specifically for one purpose. In fact, the easement says that. It's very simple. It's for the purpose of pedestrian and vehicular ingress and egress to and from the shoreline. For almost 30 years, that's exactly what's been happening, to and from the shoreline, for 30 years. Until all of a sudden now the county's decided that maybe there's a legal loophole that would allow them to move it. When it was originally going down PCH, I don't know, but I don't believe there was public outcry that it was going down PCH. I think people loved it until they found out maybe there was an option. And it was the county that chose that option, not the public. So My concern, again, is really related to the legal aspect of it and the spirit of the easement. In addition, the process has been riddled with mistakes. The first thing is the county never came to us. We found out about it through a newspaper report. They never came to the owners to say, we're moving this down your private street. Scott Collins and I have had conversations for a long time, and he agreed that was a big mistake. That's the first of the mistakes that we knew about. The second mistake was, since they decided to move it, they did not do an environmental impact report to really see if it was the right thing to do to bring it down Toro Lane. You heard conclusions. I'm a physician. You don't just make conclusions without data. There's no environmental impact report that was done going down Toro Lane. There wasn't even a safety study. It was just an addendum. And the addendum, if you read it, just talks about it saves money. It had nothing to do with anything else. And it was talked about views. There are no views going down Toro Lane. There's houses on Toro Lane. You don't get a view. The better view was what was shown on that thing with the little red line, but you could now see the ocean. It's a better view. So the PWAB that happened last week, I hope rather than taking the idea of what the conclusions were, I wish you'd listened to the people. They were bright, they were intelligent, and they asked great questions. Their bylaws state they were to come to you with a recommendation today. They chose not to do that. There's a reason they chose not to give you the recommendation to consolidate that permit. They want to keep it within the city. They want to be able to continue. They only have 30% of the study to be able to determine if it's right or not. They made the right decision. And I hope you would listen to what they said rather than take a summary. And lastly, there's an option that everybody wins. And that's to bring it right down PCH, just like it originally said, but let a beautiful opening come right to that North Point Park. Let people get off, enjoy the park, and then let them choose. Let them go down Toro Lane. That's part of the easement. That's a legitimate part of the easement. Or let them go down PCH. If someone's concerned about their children, right down Toro Lane. But otherwise, you're violating our easement. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and staff. Thank you very much for all your time this evening. This has been a long evening, and I'll try to make this short. My name is Gary Havas. I am the board president of Bike Slow County. My organization advocates for, inspires the use of, and educates users of bicycles in San Luis Obispo County. We wish to make any route most attractive, especially to new and beginning cyclists, so that automobile trips may be replaced with alternative transportation and the joys of active transportation can be realized. We feel the benefits of the Morro Bay Cayucos Connector Trail project will positively impact the citizens of both named communities and the users and visitors throughout the county. And having walking and cycling infrastructure improves attractiveness to visitors who stay and contribute financially to local businesses, demonstrably improves property values, and builds our local community. We hope you will follow your staff recommendation to expedite this project's approval with a consolidated permit application for the broad benefit of all the residents and visitors to San Luis Obispo County. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more speaker slip for Leah Brooks.
Hello, good evening. It's been a long one. So I am Leah Brooks. I live in San Luis Obispo. I am an avid bicyclist. I ride to Morro Bay and Cayucos at least once a week. I don't mind Highway 1. I am a minority. And I also take advantage of riding residential streets. I ride Beachcomber and Sandalwood all the time. I have never had somebody back into me. I've never been accosted. I've never been screamed at. I love those fields. It's a wonderful, wonderful neighborhood, and they're walking, and they're surfers and dogs. It's a wonderful combination. So I just want to read your own survey. 75% of residents say they won't walk or bike between Morro Bay and Cayucos because they don't feel safe. 85% said they would walk or bike if there was a trail separated from Highway 1. So those are the majority of your folks who live in the city. They're telling you they want to feel safe. They don't want to be on Highway 1. So please listen to your residents. I don't want to put the active transportation grant at risk by changing it. And if you ride it on Highway 1, you're going to have far fewer people riding it. This is a destination like the Bob Jones Trail
will be enjoyed by so many people. So I urge you to accept your staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public comment is open.
My name is Terry Simons. I live in Morro Bay. I no longer own a bicycle. I don't ride one. And I rarely walk. Just an admission. I do know this area of Toro Lane I'm fairly familiar with it. I watched it when it was originally subdivided and then subsequently developed. I know that it's a private street. I'm surprised to find out that there was probably a Coastal Commission mandate for public access on Toro to whatever the one person read off the easement. But what caught my attention was I follow the closed session agendas fairly regularly to find out what you guys are really doing. And when I saw a note regarding review of the Toro Creek project in anticipation of a lawsuit, it only came to mind that it's very likely that, or at least the presumption is, that the homeowners may be upset enough about the overburdening of their easement to where they might consider some sort of claim of a taking if we surcharge that easement. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that that's a potential liability. I don't know what you get for $7.4 million, but I know that you can't build a street that would provide the access that using Toro Creek would provide. So maybe there's some money in the budget to compensate the homeowners for the loss of their fee interest in that road, take over the long-term maintenance and repair of that road as a city and/or county obligation, or, and I'm just throwing this out there because that's what I do, why don't we look at the ultimate nuclear option, which is to realign the bike lane between the mean high tide line and the backyards of the homeowners along Toro Creek and see how they feel about that. I don't think anyone's going to be supportive of that, but I think that the Toro alignment makes the most sense. It's clearly the safest. I think that you can survive a litigation if you proactively communicate with the homeowners, get their consent, offer them something. Operation, maintenance, and insurance would be a good start, and maybe a small compensation to each fee interest property owner for the overburdening of the easement might save us hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation. Just what I'd like to see. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Wixom. John D'Annunzio, SLOCOG staff. I'm a regional transportation planner with the Regional Transportation Planning Agency and the Metropolitan Planning Agency. You know, we've been partners with the City of Morro Bay and SLO County Parks on this project for a long period of time, and it's one of our top priorities. You know, given the multimodal nature of this project and the anticipated benefits from it, including transportation, recreation, health, safety, safe routes to school, climate change, et cetera, we continue to support parks with this plan. With the county acquiring the right-of-way on the Toro Bluffs and then obtaining the construction funding through the State Active Transportation Program, as well as additional funding from SLOCOG, we are eager to see the coastal segment progress to completion according to the current schedule. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Janetta Evers. Good evening. I'm also a member or a resident of Toro Lane. I am Councilperson Landrum. I, with you, am nervous about all of this. Does the consolidated permit retain our right as city people to comment or be a part of this process, or does it not? I don't believe that that is clear to us, and I am very nervous about that. Also, you received from a citizen a video of our street on a Thursday morning. Thursday morning, who's out biking? Everyone's working. The issues become sunset when people tear down the street to make sure they can get to Sunset fast enough with their dogs. Holidays, it's a nightmare. People park where they're not supposed to. Is it supposed to be that way? No, but traffic is very difficult. And when you start putting children and bikes with the vehicles, someone mentioned we would love 200 riders on that per day and in the thousands on a holiday weekend. If you put that with all that traffic and the dogs that, yes, should be on their leashes, but generally are not, as we all know, people make their choices. But I would hope that you would consider pausing and making sure that we do have the information that we need as residents and for yourselves too, because to me, this is not clear that this is to our benefit. Thank you.
Evening, and a late evening it is. Carl Evers, born in San Luis Obispo, graduate of Cal Poly. I love Morro Bay. Thank you for serving, council members and mayor and staff. I mean, it's a beautiful town. It's a great town. I don't want to leave ever. It's wonderful. And thank you for hearing us out, because this is our concern, is we won't be heard out if it gets consolidated, rolled up. In fact, the Public Works asked, I can't remember your name, Keekler? Sorry. Okay, thank you. They asked him, do you want us to vote on it? Because I noticed that it was a 3-2 or 4-1, possibly against, because it's only a 30% plan, as they state themselves. So why would you move forward? And as our neighbor said, it's in their bylaws to recommend, they shall recommend before it goes forward. And so how can you vote on this if it's not fully baked out? You need to also see the 90% plan, I would think, but that's your decision. But I just want to say it's a small street. Do the simple math. If it's only 20 foot wide, and you have a 12-foot easement or right-of-way striping, and on the other plans it said 16 foot, so maybe they're going to narrow it down to 12 foot. We have 8 foot left for 2 cars passing, because it's not, as you said, it's not just one way on the street. You go into your house and you come back out. People go to the dog park and they come back out. So it is two-way. People do meet, and you need at least, I think, 18 feet to safely pass 2 cars, let alone have some dogs on a leash or not on a leash, or some pedestrians or some bicycles. So I would invite you to come on the weekend and take a look at it. And the county staff said, I think it was going to be between 200 a day to 2,000 people a day. 2,000 people a day would be on the weekends, I'm sure, if people start using it. And we're in favor of the bike path until it went through this narrow street. But that's the exact number of people in the Ironman, is 2,000. Can you imagine an Ironman on every weekend coming through our street with cars backing up, cars trying to go in and out to the dog beach, and people trying to walk to the dog beach? Because when they run out of parking, they park further down the street and they have to walk in. So it's just too narrow. It's not a good plan. And we were very supportive for years until the plan was changed to Toro Lane. So thank you for hearing us out. And as others had mentioned, insurance, we would need indemnification. Somebody needs to take care of the street maintenance. And also part of this street is the retention wall there. You would also have to take that over if you're going to take the street over. So it's really, there's a lot of unintended consequences, because I don't think it has had time to be fully baked and thought out. So we don't think it's ready yet. We hope it's ready in the future. Thank you for hearing us out.
Hi. My name is Bob Aknafisi. I'm an attorney, and I represent the Homeowners Association. I want to address 2 different issues. One is the procedural posture of what you're doing right now, and then 2, the nature of the easement and how that affects this project. So right now you're being asked to just vote on whether to go with a consolidation or not. However, the discussion is really around the merits of the project and whether it's there's been enough evaluation of the environmental impacts. But you're basically what your staff and the county is asking you to do is to sign on to the application that the county prepared, and then only about 16 months ago decided to change the portion of it that is through your city. You're not really being asked, though, to evaluate that. This is in your application. There was a question about, well, will we have a say about this later on? And I think the answer clearly is no. If you vote for consolidation, you will not have a second chance to actually evaluate this project, the portion of it on Toro Lane, and change your mind. You're deciding right now that if all goes according to the county's plan, that this will be so, that the bike path will go through Toro Lane. I have a lot more to say about that, but I have to skip ahead. It's astounding to me that in the presentation by your staff in the county, nobody mentioned the easement. This is a private road. It has very specific language. Attorneys besides myself have evaluated it and have concluded that it does not account for, it cannot be used for a public bike path. And again, several attorneys have been retained to pass judgment on it. And all staff says is that, well, we have our opinion, they have their opinion. It hasn't been vetted. I mean, do you just really want to sign on to a lawsuit right off the bat because you just want to sign on to the county's application? And I'll leave you with this thought. If this project goes through the way it is, then every property owner in Morro Bay and elsewhere with access to the coast, when the Coastal Commission asks them to, as part of the application, provide access, will have to remember that if we provide limited access, the agencies can come back in a year or 10 years or 20 years and tell you that you have no right to your private road, that it can be used for the benefit of the public. So people are not going to voluntarily work, they're going to start fighting this at the application process rather than 20 years later in a situation like this. Thank you.
Betty Winholtz. This is a bit of a deja vu because this is exactly what happened when we started the WRF project, the sewer project in 2018. We were consolidated with the county. We got no public hearings, not through the Planning Commission, not through the City Council. There was no hearing at the county level. When we went to Coastal, even though there was probably 40 people there, we got 1 minute a person, and that's all the public input that was given. And so what you're deciding tonight is whether or not, if you consolidate, whether we, the public, will have any more right to public input. And the law clearly states that if you consolidate, that means that you believe our rights will not be limited, and we believe that they will be, in light of previous experience and in light of everything that's been said tonight. The second thing that's going on for me is reflected in what the previous attorney said, which was you're mixing two things here tonight. You're dealing with content, but also process, and this is only supposed to be about process. It's whether or not to consolidate. You're not supposed to be evaluating the project, and yet how can you not look at that because it's never been vetted by us. It's not been before the Planning Commission. It hasn't been before you. It's been changed recently. It went before PWAB, and that was not a hearing. What's happening tonight is not a hearing. So there's been no official hearing about input. And so these are just informational sessions. It's a C item. The PWAB, did not give you their opinion, even though apparently they wanted to. So I'm really asking you maybe not to make a decision tonight, that maybe you need to postpone this. This was originally supposed to be a bike connector, not pedestrian. People use the beach. They use the beach with their dogs. So I'm concerned, content-wise, about mixing bikes and people. And may I say that when I visited San Diego and I look at Highway 8 that goes east-west, they have a very nice separate bike lane that parallels the highway. And yes, there's a bit of a break of some kind between there. Sometimes it might be a short wall, and sometimes it might be shrubbery or something else. But it's not, again, back to content, who says that we can't have it on the other side of the fence, closer to the highway? So I'm not knowing for or against, but I'm saying you're mixing apples and oranges tonight. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that you don't have a full project, like they were saying, and so please postpone this idea of consolidation unless you have more information, or unless you are for sure in your brain that you're not limiting us, because that's what the law says. You cannot limit us if you're going to vote for consolidation.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? AGP?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. I see 2 hands raised currently. Beth Levy, go ahead and unmute you. You are unmuted. Beth Levy, you can begin your testimony.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I too live on Toro Lane, and I have many concerns about the entire project. First of all, just how unclear they have been with us, the residents of Toro Lane. Like has been stated before, we found out that it was going down our street from reading an article in the newspaper. No one contacted anyone, the HOA president, nor any residents on the street to let us know what was going on, that the connector trail had been changed. Our number one concern is safety for the pedestrians, children, cyclists, surfers, dog walkers, anyone who goes down our street. We have a wonderful community that shares the street with us. We love allowing the beach access. We love the neighbors and the community walking by, and we've worked it out with them. But to add 200 to 2,000 cyclists, electric bike, scooters, maybe even golf carts to that path would just make it impossible for us as residents to navigate our street in a safe way. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, next up I have Carl Levy. Carl, you are unmuted and free to give your testimony, please.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a great honor to present to Mayor Wixom and the council members. A lot has already been stated at this meeting. I'm Carl Levy. I'm the president of the North Point Morro Bay HOA. I represent, although they represented themselves, 10 homes on the private section of Toro Lane. And they provided testimony that's similar to my own. Many of us have lived there more than 20 years. And the circumstances that happen during the week and on the weekends and the holidays especially, I think Janetta Evers stated quite clearly that it is, just a very very highly used roadway during those times. And it's just really impossible to believe that we would have to deal with that, as well as all the traffic from expanding the use to include, a thoroughfare from Cayucas. I won't restate everything that was in the letter that I provided in the EIR, but I will comment about the EIR. The engagement with, and others have been provided testimony as well. The engagement from the county has been zero until we found out about the path being changed at Toro Lane. And even after that, the first time we met with the county at the North Point location, the addendum EIR had been published and it wasn't even disclosed to us, and that wasn't publicly available. But in that document, there was no study of the safety or traffic or circulation. That's really a responsibility that they should have taken on as per CEQA guidelines, because, changing the roadway from neighboring State Route 1 to Toro Lane was really beyond the threshold of significance that CEQA states, right? So I'd also bring to your attention that I think Baba Nafisi stated, we assert that the expansion and intensity of use of Toro Lane for recreation and creating a thoroughfare violates the easement. And we're going to defend our rights. I mean, we've really felt wronged in this process that we were really reacting to the change in plans and defending ourselves as vigorously as we can. And I realize that this meeting is about consolidation of the CDP, but as already been stated, the Morro Bay residents aren't going to be able to provide. They're going to have limited ability to provide input after that is done. So we really recommend the City Council to take a time out on this. I think the right thing to do would be to defer a decision, and really the right thing would be to have SLO County Parks really reevaluate putting the pathway up in the space between Highway 1 and Toro Lane. There's plenty of space there, and there's plenty of space to make it safe. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. AGP, anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor Wixon. Currently, I do not see any raised hands left in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for more questions and/or comments. Mr. Kwolek, can we talk a little bit more about the EIR?
We can. Oh, are you asking me to
Yes.
say some more time? I thought you were introducing a topic of conversation. Yeah, I would defer to the county. And again, this is not a city project. The county is the one that performed the EIR and also the addendum.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in 2010, the county went through an extensive EIR process for this trail. We had no designs. We literally had the blue line that I showed you when we entered into that EIR. The EIR also looked at two different east side versus west side. We were so undefined at that point that we were studying both sides of Highway 1. We certified the EIR in 2010. Took a few years to get some money to get an engineer on board to actually work and design, help us design this project. And within that process, that's when we realized how much safer Toro Lane would be is in that design process. And then we recently identified the EIR, I guess it was in June or July of this year, which through all the legal proper channels through the county, which is to state the changes, state that they're less of an impact, have the environmental division agree with us with that statement that was made. It's about a 10-page document that included the Toro Lane change.
Were the residents not noticed?
They were not noticed. We did our what we thought was our due diligence through the Planning Commission in 2021 and the PWAB in 2025, or excuse me, 2015. So the Toro Lane change was discussed at both those meetings.
But the residents weren't noticed?
We did not go knocking on their doors, no.
Well, usually we send a postcard. Okay. Thank you. Questions?
Can you explain to me, you're at 30% with the design, so isn't that a little early to ask us to approve something?
No, that's typically how trail projects go. Trails projects are usually very complicated. And then we're between 30 and 60% right now. And so as we find our problems, we figure them out, and then we have to go get our coastal commission, our coastal permit. We're anticipating there'll be some change through that coastal process. So once we get all the input, then we march forward and complete those plans.
What makes them so difficult?
Stringing together the properties necessary to create the trail. It's a linear project instead of one site with one owner with one opinion. We have several sites with several owners with several opinions, and Chevron being one of the big property owners that we just recently acquired their property, along with you guys acquiring their property. That was really the go button on this project, because without their buy-in, or us buying their land, however you want to word it, we really weren't, we were kind of stalled out.
Right, so then now there's less property owners, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Another question. There was a comment about dumping in at North Point and then jaunting out on that last stretch versus Toro Lane onto next to the highway. When you're on Toro Lane, the intent is to end at Toro Lane and turn right to go onto the Beachcomber bike trails and those, or is it to go out onto the highway? Where do you go once it ends?
Once we get to North Point Natural Area, we will be constructing the new part of the trail that will connect Morro Bay to Cayucas on Dog Beach.
Mayor, I think what you're asking is going the other direction.
Yes, going the other
Coming
direction.
down Toro Lane, then, yeah, the trail
Yerba
continues.
Buena, and then on to Beachcomber, and there's another street.
So you're staying on the right side. So if you stay on Toro Lane, you're just turning right and going down the existing, versus you would go out and then still cut down, and so either way, you're still cutting in front of Toro Lane. Okay.
In addition, the traffic engineer's memo also mentioned something that I hadn't thought about, was that putting Toro Lane and then the trail and then the crossover at Yerba Buena, crossing that light there, would create a lot of confusion for pedestrians and bicycles and cars in that area, making it even less safe.
Yeah. No, it's very high speed out there. Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Barton, comments, questions?
No.
Councilmember Edwards?
I think I just want to, and
Are you on?
I'm on, yeah. I think what I want to understand is the consolidated permit, and does that in actuality limit any other public input of Morro Bay citizens on this project?
It's a good question, Councilmember Landrum. That's been brought up several times. I'm sorry, Councilmember Edwards, thank you. It's getting late. Yeah, that's been brought up a few times. As I said earlier, it could. It just sort of depends on how the Coastal Commission would handle two separate applications if they heard it at the same time. In other words, if the city submitted an application to the Coastal Commission for a permit and the county did the same, if the Coastal Commission heard those two items at the same time in the same staff report, which they may choose to do, then, to my knowledge, there wouldn't be any difference in the process. If the Coastal Commission heard those items at different times, then perhaps there'd be an additional Coastal Commission hearing. On the city side, I don't have too much experience with Coastal Commission, so I defer to Mr. Graham, but my understanding is we would be doing much the same thing that we're doing now. We would take it to the PWAB. I suppose we'd take it to the Planning Commission as well. And then we'd be having a very similar conversation here about submitting an application with the authorization of the City Council.
And I just want to chime in and say we have done those meetings, finalizing with this one here. So that we won't be missing any meetings. We're kind of front-loading them.
I'm confused.
When you say not missing any meetings, are you talking county meetings or meetings that our city,
That your city
PWAB,
would
Planning Commission, whoever would weigh in on?
Right,
So
yeah.
you're saying there is continued opportunity for participation?
Absolutely.
Through the consolidated permit?
Through the consolidated permit, there's the May 2nd Board of Supervisors hearing for the consolidated permitting. There's also, we will have several board items before the county for this project as we move forward for using the ATP grant money, for going out to construction. there's lots of opportunities for public input in our process.
I would add too that the county's made a commitment to return to the PWAB with 90% designs to review safety options at Toro Lane.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm getting at is, are we forfeiting, by consolidating, are we forfeiting our opportunities as more of a community to participate at the next level? That's I guess, what I'm hearing from the concerns from the community.
It seems to me that the public engagement opportunities would be different if the city were to go on its own with its own permit. I would say that if the council had concerns about the Toro Lane alignment, then, you know, if the city did go ahead with a consolidated permit with county as lead agency, I'm not really sure, and I ask Elizabeth this. I don't know that there would be an opportunity to change that unless some, you know, drastic issue were revealed during the process. If we went as recommended by staff today, the plan would be to come back to the PWAB at 90% and address those safety concerns that have been raised by the folks at Toro Lane at the PWAB meeting, and we'd work with the county in the meanwhile to maximize the safety or mitigation measures of the safety concerns there. But I don't think the plan would be to review the alignment all over again, which I know some folks in the audience are suggesting.
Thank you. Questions, Councilmember Ford? Comments, questions?
Yeah, I have a question. In your experience, are there any other bike trails that are similar to this section of Toro Lane that is a success story or something that we can reference? Is there anything, or is this completely unique? And so I guess what I'm asking is, do you have something comparable to this specific?
Well, I would just wanted to point to the roads that are in your state park that are heavily used for recreation and vehicles. They're 20 feet wide, and they seem to function pretty well with both vehicle and bikes and pedestrians. People with dogs and campers and surfers, the whole gamut. You see a lot of that activity also in your state park.
I think this is for.
Sorry, I have one more question. I'm sorry. Sorry, I know it's late. No, I know, I paused, sorry. My last question is, when is the deadline for for the grant? And if we were to take more time, not consolidate, do it separately, does that put us at risk of losing the grant? Just curious what it would mean if tonight we didn't make the decision to move forward.
So the deadline for construction of the grant is early 26. So that puts us on a pretty tight schedule to go to coastal, get our permit, finish our construction plans, and go out to the Army Corps and Regional Board and all those outside agencies. And their permitting time is about 18 months, and that was before all this, the storm damage that has got them pretty booked. So it could jeopardize the grant.
Okay, I'm officially done with my questions. Thank you.
Well, you took one of my questions. No, it's great. But it's not clear whether or not that would happen as far as the deadline, right?
It's not clear.
Okay. Also, it was mentioned that this has not come before Planning Commission yet. Is that correct?
Well, Elizabeth Kavanaugh did present this project to the Planning Commission, I believe, in early 2021.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if the project differs substantially from.
No, it's the same project.
So it was presented with this change on Toro Lane to our planning commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Newmeyer a question about the Coastal Act, the 30601.3? Is there?
Yeah, you mean the, in the resolution, the condition that council would be complying with, sure.
Can you elaborate on that a little?
Yes, so there's 3 conditions that need to be met for council to approve a consolidated permit. As it states here in the resolution, condition 1 is the proposed project requires a coastal development permit from both the local government with a certified LCP, local coastal program, and the commission. That is true, that is met. Number 2, the applicant, the appropriate local government, and the commission, which may agree through its executive director, consent to consolidate the permit action. You're being asked tonight whether or not you'll consent to this. And then the other condition, the important one in here, is whether or not provided public participation is not substantially impaired by that review consolidation. So that is the question that this section asks of you. The findings here in the resolution are that public participation would not be substantially impaired because it's referencing the 4 different meetings, PWAB, the meeting tonight, county meeting, and coastal meeting. If you don't think that that is sufficient, then it's in your judgment to say that you think public participation would be impaired. And that's really what this section is asking you to decide tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, looking to council for comments and direction, and/or either direction or a vote or a postponement, or what are we looking at, ladies?
This is probably for the city manager. If we were unable to make a decision tonight and did want to postpone it, how quickly could we bring this back?
Well, I assume we could bring it back at the next meeting, right? The first meeting in May 9? Yeah. I mean,
Anyway.
So I guess my question would be, what would be the goal of bringing it back?
Well, it's 10:15.
We're ready for a motion or a vote, or if we're postponing it to bring it back versus taking an action, then I'd want to know what our reason is for postponing. Otherwise, we need to take an action.
Well, we haven't discussed it, have we?
Yes, we have.
Oh, I thought, okay.
That's what we've been doing.
Mayor, I was asking that question because it seems to me that there's still a lot of questions.
Right.
And we asked a lot of them tonight, but I'm just making sure that the council, where we're sitting.
So you feel you have more questions that you
I've
need
asked all
answered?
of mine, but I just wanted to know that if we were to do that, how quickly could we bring it back? Simply just that.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
So I feel like we should make a decision tonight. I don't know that in our minds, that much will change. If we were to bring it back, then we'd be doing public input again, and we'd be doing staff report again, and then we'd be basically repeating all of this again, correct? Like that. I'm just wondering, well, I'm just trying to, I hear, I know where you're coming from, Councilmember Edwards, and it's a valid question. Is there more to discuss? Do we all feel like we have enough information moving forward?
I feel like I have enough information that it just seems to me that I'm uncomfortable with the removal of the community, and if it's only at 30% design right now, and it sounds like all the other meetings will be not in Morro Bay. Am I right? That seems like a hindrance to people and we heard a lot of speakers that are bicyclists from San Luis. We didn't really hear too many from Morro Bay. It would be interesting. Oh, okay, thank you, sorry. I'm personally in favor of a bike path, I think it would be amazing, but I think that the community, my feeling is the community should be really involved in that process if we want to be transparent.
So we've had P-Web and Planning Commission, and it's coming back at 90%, correct?
Yes, it would be coming back to.
And then the
to
county.
Well, and the homeowners weren't even noticed. That is kind of troubling too.
Were they noticed for, how did you know that we're doing all of this tonight?
So
And-
I'll clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. They weren't noticed for the Planning Commission meeting in 2021. They were noticed for the PWAB meeting last week and the City Council meeting now.
And how, can you explain how they were noticed?
By mail.
Okay, thank you.
And I confirmed that with one of the homeowners down there.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess I'm asking either we're going to postpone making a decision tonight, or we're going to make a decision tonight. So
I would like to move ahead and.
give it a whirl.
Okay. I would like to accept the staff recommendation that City Council adopt resolution number 27-23, approving a request to the California Coastal Commission to process a consolidated coastal development permit with the County of San Luis Obispo for the Morro Bay to Cayucas Trail Connector Project.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. I will ask the city clerk for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
No.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
And Mayor Wixom?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
At that, we are at the end of our meeting, and I would just want to remind everyone that we do have closed session tomorrow and next week, both for our reviewing and potential hiring of a city manager. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.